People's breakfast. Your morning. Your voice. Your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation. My name is Mangalambuvi and I'm with my best friends, my new best friendest being One City Muga, a very interesting fellow, and we have already established that huyu jamaa si jamaa wa kawaida because vitu zingine anasemanga my friend unaulizanga hizo zilitoka Mars ama ni Jupiter, but nonetheless tunampenda alivyo. A very good morning to you, City. A very good morning to you, City Muga.
You know, you must tell our audience where you go at night.
Sometimes it's like he doesn't. Yeah.
Then asubuhi.
Or he better tells us what he takes in the morning.
You guys have seen, I've just taken coffee.
No.
We have seen you with a cup.
Yes.
And something inside the cup.
It was coffee. I can assure you. I can promise you.
You are sure as all you want.
And some other times, you know, we may not even be sure what you've already taken.
Before
I arrive here.
Yeah.
Coffee.
Wow.
Ya kukuja hapa inaweza kuwa kuja kutufunga tu macho. But there's
But
something big
yes
that you usually take in the morning.
All right. My partner recently introduced me to another kind of drink.
Yeah.
I shall be telling you this off air.
Okay.
Just in case, you know, just in case. But anyway, how are you, Patricia?
I'm good.
Uko
Awesome.
salama?
Yes.
Uliamka vyema?
Kabisa.
Good stuff. City, uliamka vyema?
Yes.
All right, fantastic. Hata mimi niamka vyema since no one ever asks me in the office.
We do.
Hakuna wakati mnanulizanga kama nimeamka vizuri.
We ask you how you are this morning. Must we ask you the question in Kiswahili for you to understand it?
You know, tomorrow I'll come with a body cam and then we record this and then we just post it online so that I can
body
prove.
cam inakuwa wapi?
Inaekanga hapa kwa kifua, inaweza yeka kwa uso, inaweza kuwa hidden pia, you never know. Naweza chukua footage from the security cameras in the office, so yeah, you never know.
Bottom line,
I will record you.
Ukiingia kwa ofisi,
yes,
lazima tunasalimiana.
Mimi lazima munisalimie. Mimi ndio nakujanga na wasalimia hapa na wagotea zile zao, usiniaje umeshindaje. Yeah, but anyway, we've had a very good morning and I hope also you as our listener, you've also had a very good morning. If you are joining us for the first time, there's something we usually do, and we usually log on to rgk.co.ke for our news updates. But before we do that, also Patricia gives us a day that we are, or rather updates us on a day that we are celebrating. So are we celebrating any day today? Jana, I think tulifanya the pig. Was it a dog?
Lion.
Oh yes, lion. So today, which animal are we celebrating? Let me guess, parrot.
No.
Chicken.
We're not celebrating any animal.
The chicken's egg.
Hii kazi ya UN. Nasherekea paka. Kuku.
Simba.
Kila siku. No. Now today we have a different day that we are observing.
All right.
And this is the International Youth Day. Yes.
International Youth Day.
Yes, which is observed to highlight the challenges and contributions of the youth, the young people worldwide.
Okay.
Yeah, of course, we know youths do face a lot of challenges.
Right.
Issues. Talk of the issues of unemployment. There are so many challenges that the young people go through. And of course, they have a great contribution in the economy, politics, just all around. Yeah. So this is a day that we are going to celebrate them, their contributions. We also highlight the challenges that they go through and, of course, see how we can help the young people.
I don't know. City, you were once young. Yeah?
Yes, I was.
Yeah. That's like what? A few centuries ago.
Something that's fairly close to the truth, yes.
Yeah. What challenges did you face when you were considered a youth? Because I'm sure your challenges are not necessarily the challenges youths of 2025 are facing.
Me, I didn't have challenges.
Kabisa.
What?
That has woken you up. Well, the thing is this. Good. You're listening. The adolescence is adolescence.
Okay.
Because that's a period of life when we refer to as youth. And the problems are the same. Okay. You want to experiment with things that you've been told you shouldn't do. You want to exert what you may think is your influence. You want to prove that you're able to do things. But in our time, the one thing that we didn't have in abundance is access to information like we do now. So we spend a lot of our time gathering information in libraries. So we developed a reading culture, a culture that has been eroded tremendously over time simply because of technology. So when you spend time reading, what then happens to your mind and your brain, it takes a certain tangent, a certain shape in the acquisition of knowledge. In this day and age, knowledge is accumulated and consumed in small bites. And you will find that it also influences your attention span, because the brain is something you train. Now, when you're used to reading long texts, we will find that we can read a newspaper from cover to cover just reading. Now, if you studied literature, as I did in my undergraduate studies, then reading is normal. And it's something you actually enjoy doing. And not in small bite size. You want it in large chunks and quantities. So you will read a book easily. A newspaper you'll probably just peruse through. And that's why when you ask me if I watch TV, I hardly watch TV. I'll watch movies from time to time.
So you don't know Game of Thrones?
I know Game of Thrones is a movie.
Oh, it's a series, but yes.
Yes. Movie.
I'm sorry.
Movie? Ni series.
And I like the fact that you've brought up that whole reading culture.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we don't have it here anymore. A few people in these modern times are trying to read ebooks on either their Kindle, their laptops.
Good. But it is still reading.
Yes, that's reading.
Yes, and also the thing about Kindles is that you can have several manuscripts, you can have several books in that Kindle. So you don't have to cart something like 3 or 4 books in a bag. That Kindle will have all the information that you require and you can read. And the alternative that people have is that some of these things have a voice recording. So you can actually listen to the book. See, this is now what technology has done. I haven't acquired the habit of listening to the book.
To audiobooks?
No, but I'll get there.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get there. And again, I think something else that you need to note about the young people is that the attention span for the young people, I think you can't compare it with the older generation.
Believe me, it's universal, and it doesn't really matter which age you are born in. Young people tend to be impatient. Patience is something, again, you develop over time.
Actually, he's right, because I'm not old, but I find that nowadays I'm a bit patient as compared to probably like 10 or 20 years ago.
Miaka imesonga. I think also life itself teaches us to be patient.
Unakujanga kurealizia haraka hakuna mahali ulikuwa unaenda nayo.
Yeah, I think just life itself.
It does, and it's a good lesson. The other lesson that life teaches you, if you're willing to learn, is to listen. Most of us want to talk. You want to share your opinion. You want people to know who you are, how you think. You want them to be cognizant of your views in life, which you believe are important. But it requires a hell of a lot of discipline to actually just listen. And not keep quiet, because you can be quiet and your mind is racing, so you're not really listening.
Yes.
It's to actually take in what the person is saying. That is also something that age brings with it. If you grow old and you haven't learned that, you'll make a hell of a lot of mistakes.
You'll have a troublesome future.
Yes, you will.
All right.
So I think the young people also are, of course, are in a hurry. Like, they would want to know what the future holds for them. The young people, of course, they are out here looking for employment. So there is a lot that is affecting the young people.
You are right, because if you talk about the times when I was young, even after our undergraduate course, the truth is that we didn't look for jobs. Jobs looked for us.
Wow.
Yes, I had a letter of employment before I finished my last paper.
Wow.
I
Good
knew.
for you.
Yes, that was our time. You asked about the fundamental difference. I could be employed. I could change jobs. There were more jobs than there were people
to work in them.
Yes, it's a simple fact. So my generation, this unemployment thing is something we hear about. We know it because we have children who are not employed. We understand it, but we didn't experience it. And it was easy to build a career and have that progression. It was easy.
That is what happens when you're born in the 18th century, yeah? All right, so where is the train taking us today?
in the 18th century. Wow. Okay. Let's just bold the let's go the train to the US. Yeah, and we're going to this one former president of the United States of America.
Yeah.
Yes, this is Franklin D. Roosevelt, commonly known as FDR. Yeah, Okonamwita FDR. Yeah, and this is what he said, that we cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future. This is what he said. We cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future.
That is a philosophical perspective, because we always say, hey, let's build the future for our kids. But now again, President Roosevelt clearly had a different version, which is also true. I mean, I agree with it, because we might not know what will be in the future, no matter how much we try and build that future, but we can prepare our children for that future by strengthening them, by giving them, teaching them the right virtues and teaching them how to survive and so on and so forth.
Now, what you've said fits into a proverb that Africans have. You'll find it in many languages and many cultures and many places. And it's actually a very, very, very simple proverb. The youth walk faster, but the elderly know the road.
The youth walk faster, but the elderly know the road.
Okay.
Many a times, actually, you're very right, I agree with you. Many a times, I have found myself, again, in my younger days, in my siku za kitambo kidogo, I would make decisions, and my parents tell me, warn me rather, against those decisions, only for me to actually make the mistakes they warned me against. And I come back and I'm like, okay, muliniambia, now I know better. So I agree.
Well, it's also, you can also join this with this also. Is it a proverb or it's a saying that what an old man can see while seated, a young man cannot see, even on the top of the tree?
Don't tell Gen Zs that.
Yeah?
They'll be very upset. They'll be very upset with you. Yes, and Gen Zs believe they have more knowledge than everybody else. Yes, they said, we know more than you. We read more than you. It's a conversation I had with some young Kenyan when I was at a restaurant with a friend of mine who's close to me in age. That fellow almost ruptured a blood vessel because he's an extremely learned fellow. And he's wondering, how can this young person know more than me? I was telling him, actually, look, there are things she actually knows that you don't know. So just take it with grace. Yes.
Tulia, relax.
Yes, don't assume she's saying she's more educated than you. Listen to what she's saying. She's saying she knows. You should ask what it is that she says she knows, and then you compare.
Tulia, calm down.
But some other times, the young people are knowledgeable, but
Yes,
not
they are.
experienced. You get now. That is where now the difference comes
Patricia,
in.
absolutely true.
Yeah, you.
An experience is not limited to people who are older. No. Young people's experiences are as valid as the experience of those who are older. And the problem is, if you are older and you assume your experience and the benefit supersedes that of the youth, you're making a mistake. It doesn't.
Yeah.
That experience that they have, that's their experience. They don't have yours. So instead of busy telling them that, in our days, let them tell you about their days and their experience so that you understand and you know. Because you actually don't know.
Yeah.
You think you know, but you don't, because you can't and you won't experience what they're experiencing.
True story.
You can't.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to get on to rgk.co.ke. In case you haven't done that, tafadhali, just get onto your browser, rgk.co.ke, and let's get this conversation going. Couple of top stories there. For instance, there's this one about Camry, which they have said, let me just read it actually. Camry to provide free DNA services in Amresh crash victims. Camry to provide free DNA services in Amresh crash victim identification.
What's that?
What's some?
Yeah, you remember there's a plane that crashed?
Yes.
Over the weekend.
Oh,
It was, yeah. So
Mwihoko.
yes, in Mwihoko. It was an Amref plane.
Okay.
Yes, so Kemri have said they are going to provide free DNA services to the victims and the families of the victims to help in identification of the bodies. Yes.
You are really,
what did I say?
Did you say Amresh? So we are like, what is
I said Amresh.
Yes.
It was just a slip of the tongue. Maybe
It's Amref, eh?
Maybe nilikuwa na shikanisha Amref na Amresh.
You are reading ahead.
Yes, but anyway, so Kemri to provide free DNA services in Amref crash victim identification. So let's hope that watu watasaidika as far as that is concerned. Another story also making headlines hapa katika website. CAF limits Kasarani crowd to 27,000, orders e-tickets for Harambee Stars Chan matches. Muliona kile kilifanyika over the weekend again. People stormed into the stadium, and of course we know majority of them hadn't paid for their tickets. Uzuri, the game went on without a hitch or issue as far as the pitch is concerned, but huko nje that chaos was proper. And FIFA, CAF, they usually
have strict rules and guidelines.
Yes, and they usually sanction the hosts. And in this case, Kenya. So I haven't heard of any sanctions or any fines or whatever, but I wouldn't be shocked if it happened.
It happened with local games. Why did they think it wouldn't happen in an international game? It's happened.
Yes,
we've had situations where even walls of stadium have collapsed because of the weight of the people pushing against it. Yes.
Yeah, so in the case of Kenya, wamesema that now they have limited the crowd to 27,000 people and they have ordered e-tickets.
Let me ask a question.
Yes, please.
Are they explaining what they mean by limiting 27,000 within the stadium?
So let's just read this story kidogo. Yes. The Confederation of African Football, CAF, has ordered that only 27,000 fans be allowed into Moi International Sports Center Kasarani for Harambee Stars home matches, citing repeated security failures during the ongoing CHAN 2024 tournament. The figure represents 60% of the stadium's capacity and takes effect immediately.
Yes.
Now, the move follows Kenya's failure to address crowd control problems witnessed during Sunday's match against Morocco, despite earlier warnings and a 2.5 million fine. Yeah, I told you. And a 2.5 million fine for similar lapses in the opening fixture against the Democratic Republic of Congo on August 3rd. Yeah, in a statement released on Monday evening, CAF detailed several breaches, including fans without tickets and those carrying government-issued paper tickets, forcing their way through gates, breaking perimeter fences, and overwhelming security at exit points. Yeah, so the body also noted that the crowd control collapsed at Ngomongo roundabout, leading to uncontrolled entry through multiple gates at the stadium.
Well, I think even the first match, when we came here after the match,
yes,
we didn't point out that there were issues.
Right, we didn't.
Yeah, we did. Yeah,
we did?
You remember as we were discussing here, saying that people forced their way in.
Yes.
Do you remember?
Yes.
But then now, I think from our side as a country, sometimes we take these things for granted. Like I don't know whether we like overlooking some of these issues, because I feel like after seeing what happened during that first match, I think the government should have acted. Yeah, but remember, people came out and said everything was all right. The first thing of the first step of solving a problem is accepting that there is a problem.
True.
But the moment you deny, the moment you overlook the problem, you are not able to get a solution.
True. So now, CT, I feel like our Ministry of Sports, our security agents have failed us on this. As Kenyans, of course,
and even Kenyans,
tuko na ujinga wetu, sikatai,
yes,
lakini see all 50 million of us. There are a few rogue elements who are, painting us in bad picture. And I feel like our Ministry of Interior should have come in and done something about this situation.
The things that the government ought to do, if you measure it against what the citizens' responsibility ought to be, will give you a clear indication of how we as a citizenry actually enjoy, one, breaking the law, and 2, condemning others who break the law while we ourselves break it whenever we have an opportunity. That's hooliganism. But it didn't start with the game. It's our people behave that way. It's the way we may say we condemn it, we actually don't. When you have a protest should involve people going about their business and talk about what they're protesting. People come in and vandalize other people's properties. So the failure doesn't start with this. If they vandalize people's properties, kwani what's a gate? When they want a stadium gate, when they want to watch a game and they want to watch it for free, because that's really the issue here. It's not as though they went there to break the wall or break the barrier. They wanted to watch the game for free. The things that we ignore catch up with us because they will manifest now in front of the whole world to see that this is exactly how we behave. Because this Chan, it's no longer it's not a Kenyan affair. It's a continental affair. So here we are. The spotlight is shining on our terrible and horrible behavior, which we have allowed to fester and to grow over time. So here we are.
Yeah, I agree. We have this hooliganism as far as our sports are concerned, specifically football.
Yes,
specifically football, because we don't see that with athletics. We don't see that with the WRC, for example. And that's why I'm saying our security agents have failed. Yes, Kenyans have failed terribly. But we also pay taxes to an agency called the police. We pay taxes to
we pay taxes to KRA.
Okay, then they pay them.
Then they pay these other, yes.
But you get what I mean, City.
I understand. You see, the thing is this.
Yeah, na tulikuwa tunajua, tuliona game ya kwanza DRC Congo.
Kulikuwa kuna shida.
Ilikuwa
ngana tumesikia wamesema
yes.
This 2.5 million fine for similar lapses in the opening fixture against the DRC.
Yes. I was being sarcastic when I said tulikuwa tuna hiyo shida.
All right.
Okay. The point is this. We knew. It's not something we don't know. That's my point. Everybody has their role to play. Me, I stopped blaming one group. I blame everybody.
Nita blame Gava hapo.
Everybody has a role.
I'm on the side of CT, by the way, because we also have a responsibility. Kama Kenya pia,
I have said,
tell you, yes,
for Kenyans, without a doubt, and specifically those who do these kinds of nonsense during football matches, without a doubt, hiyo tunakubali wako na hiyo jinga, and that one we will deal with. The people to deal with that wanaitangwa Kenya Police. Okay, and the reason I am faulting them is because they saw it during DRC Congo. They should have prepared better for Angola. They should have prepared better for Morocco, and they should prepare on Sunday for Zambia, because tumembo vizuri sana 27,000 tickets. Sawa. What happens if 70,000 people show up?
They will show up
because CAF imefanya kazi yao. CAF wametu sanction 2.5 million, ndio imeenda hivyo. Aya, tickets ndizo tumenyimwa. So now are they ready for the hooliganism that might be there on that particular day? I hope they are.
Well, I don't really understand, because even like when you saw Kenyans also coming out and saying that they have fake tickets. Did you see even the issue of the fake tickets also?
The government issued tickets.
Some that's okay. The others were not. They said they were already used. So that can also mean that maybe it was fake.
Yes.
You get. Yeah. So I think even us as Kenyans,
yes,
we really have. Actually, we have the biggest responsibility.
If somebody
as
can
Kenyans
go to look for a job with a dead person's ID,
ni kweli. Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying the biggest responsibility, first of all, lies with us Kenyans. By the way, hata si lazima utoke uende Kasarani ukaone hii match. You don't have to force your way in there. Unaweza hata kaa nyumbani na ukawatch kwa TV.
You know, when you have a youth bulge, because the people who are storming those gates are not old people. They are young.
Yeah.
So you must bear in mind and ask yourself, why have our youth chosen to behave in this manner?
Yeah.
Well, I think
because it's a choice.
Yes, but I think tracing back to what has been happening in the country, I don't know whether as a country we needed to tell CAF that no, the situation in our country is not conducive for this kind of a match. No, I'm just trying to reason out aloud that I don't know whether we were supposed now to tell CAF that, oh, see what is happening in our country. It's like we are not.
Patricia, we don't have a monopoly on hooliganism. No, we don't.
Football fans in general are usually
Believe
hooligans.
me, if you follow tournaments anywhere,
EPL, Serie A,
you just take
La Liga,
take your pick.
Bundesliga.
The emotions that are involved in that sport, you only need to look at how people support the teams they support. And some of them in this country support teams in some other person's country. And they support it with so much emotion and so much vigor. I'm told some people don't even talk when their team loses. And I'm wondering, they lost. You wait for another season, another game. I mean, why this one? It's the emotions that are attached to this particular sport. When you blame citizens, what do you achieve? When we blame the police, what do we achieve? The people I would point my fingers at directly are politicians. Politicians and the way they go about their politics in Kenya are the ones who have germinated this hooliganism in young people. Because they pay young people to be thugs. They pay young people to be hoodlums. They do. It is them who encourage this culture.
Okay. All right. One day we shall dissect hooliganism in this country.
So now as we wait for the next match, we are looking at 27,000 tickets, right?
Yep.
Not the whole capacity that we were looking at.
Which is on Sunday, by the way.
Yes.
So yes, tumekuwa allowed only 27,000 fans kwa pitch, kwa stadium.
Haya, Wakenya sasa.
And I hope hooligans wanasoma hizi story. Yeah. I want to tuletea hizi ngori. Okay, so we have like 2 minutes before we get into the newspaper review. There's a story here. Kenya nears full mobile phone ownership, but internet and computer use still lag, says report. Kenya has almost achieved universal mobile phone ownership, but large gaps remain in internet access and computer usage, new figures have shown. The 2023-2024 Kenya Housing Survey, released jointly by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics and the Communications Authority of Kenya on Monday yesterday, highlights clear differences in technology use across gender, age and location. According to the recent report, 93.8% of households in Kenya own a mobile phone. Urban areas lead with 97.6% compared to 91.4% in rural areas. Nairobi tops the list with 97.6%, while West Pokot has the lowest at just 29%. Kuna nyumba haina simu kwa hii dunia, kwa hii Kenya?
Yes.
Yeah.
Kuna nyumba hivi haina simu?
Yes.
Hata kale kamulika mwizi?
Yes.
Kabambe?
Yes.
Gani hiyo nyumba? Unajua moja, Patricia?
Hey, bro,
because umesema yes ni kama uko na neighbor simu.
Unahitaji kutembea.
Unajua ama ujui? Tembea
kwa hizi
vitu. Unajua nyumba moja yenye haina simu? Jibu swali ndio au la.
Okay. Yes. He knows.
City sijakuuliza.
City knows, but
what
I know.
What was 17th century, of course.
I do not have one.
Unajua mambo mengi sana.
Look here, I do not have one to be specific of, but I know there are households ambapo hakuna hata simu.
Okay.
I know they do exist.
Okay.
You just Mungala, you just si lazima hata ujue at a specific homestead somewhere. You just need to see what is happening in our country in terms of the economy. You just need to see the lifestyle some people are living, and you can tell
yes,
things are not good.
Many people, if not virtually all who can, have SIM cards.
Okay.
Because SIM card, you need a phone. You buy a SIM card.
Yes.
And unapewa a number. There are people who may have had a phone.
Yes.
Something happens to that phone. They will use their SIM card to use somebody else's phone.
All right.
That tells you they don't have a phone.
A phone.
There are others who will ask you to call them at a specific time and call a specific number at a specific time.
Okay.
Because
those ones I know of now.
If you had your own phone, you would call. But then there are those who may have a phone but don't have the fuel for the phone.
Yes.
So you can't actually call.
They don't have charge.
You cannot,
because charge pairs, it means you have to go somewhere to charge it. And sometimes there's a little detail. It's called airtime. That airtime sometimes is also lacking.
True. I agree.
Someone will send you all the please call me's.
Yeah.
How
Yes.
many are they? They're usually 5.
5, yes.
Yes. Unaona
Depleted.
ametuma zote amemaliza.
Yes, and also when we talk about bundlers, see, this internet access thing, I'd like to look at it in greater detail. Do they mean that even if you have a phone, you cannot access internet on your phone, or are they saying that what the government had promised about internet access in public places
Right.
has not quite gone to all the places that it needs to go to? Those are the details. So when you say internet access,
Yes.
what do you mean?
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Guys, let's get into the newspapers. Today nitaambia one lady anaitwa Patricia atuanzishe. Gazeti lako ule umeshikilia linasema nini?
Well, Mungala, even before I get to this newspaper,
Yes.
there's this one story about the accidents that have been happening in the country so far. And according to this story on our website by Samuel Otieno, which says that Kenya records 80 road deaths in 4 days. A safety audit is launched.
Yes.
I think this is something that we just need to discuss about. We need to talk about
Right.
what is not happening in our roads, on our roads.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Again, this one it's your own personal responsibility as a driver. We know a lot of the ninis zenye zinafanyika, especially hizi school buses zenye zinaendeshwa na watu wa mashule. Sometimes I feel like the drivers are either tired, overworked, or they are high on something. Now for matatus, we saw someone just the other day being arrested by the citizens. I can't remember on which road, but citizens arrested him because he was driving while drunk. Actually, the passengers in the vehicle that he was driving arrested him because he was drunk. Now come drag out of the vehicle and handed him over to the police. And it was at night. I'm trying to remember, was it on Mombasa Road? I'm not sure. Yeah, so we've had those cases. Sana pia watu wanaendesha magari ni watu hawako competent kuendesha magari. And then there's also the other factor of the vehicles themselves not being roadworthy. So you're driving with a vehicle that doesn't have good wheels or has mechanical issues, and you end up causing accidents because of that. So there are very many factors, but majority of the cases ukiangalia tu ni human error.
Okay, because like even today in the morning as you are coming to work,
Yes.
We also found some accident that had just happened just before Prestige, that is on Gong Road. There is that junction, I don't know, inatokea Jamhuri or somewhere. Yeah, hiyo barabara ina cross Gong Road.
Yes.
So we found there, I think it's a lorry. Ilikuwa imegonga a private car.
Yes.
And I don't think, we are just praying for that driver because the accident was fatal.
Yeah.
You look at how it has happened. On Saturday, we also saw another same kind of accident. So I think there is something that is happening. Please, if you're driving on these roads, why can't we be just intentional? We know that we are using these roads.
True.
Kuna watu ni kama wamezoea barabara. So it's like wewe unatoka tu unaenda, you no longer care about there's another driver on the road, there's another road user that I also need to take my responsibility on them. You get? So I think this is just a call to everyone on the roads. Please, let's be cautious when we are driving. Let's think of the other road users. It's quite important.
All right. What's on the Daily Nation?
Yeah, biggest story here is a storm over hiring of 10,000 police officers. Yeah, Reforms Commission has kicked off countrywide public hearings on new recruitment guidelines. So a power struggle between police boss Douglas Kanja and the National Police Service Commission could derail an upcoming recruitment drive, with the commission now split in two factions, writing to the IG to reclaim human resource functions, including hiring, promotions and transfers. Full story on pages 4 and 5. Iko shida hapa.
Shida ni gani?
So nasikia shida iko hapa ya kuandika polisi kazi. So the problem is who has this responsibility. Like this is what I've just read, that a power struggle between police boss Douglas Kanja and the National Police Service Commission could derail an upcoming recruitment drive, with the commission now split into two factions, writing to the IG to reclaim human resource functions, including hiring, promotions, and transfers.
Right. So the question here, I think CT is asking, whose responsibility is it to hire? Like, for example, in the last recruitment, who hired cops? Yeah. Last time I checked, we have the police service is independent, right? So it is IG Kanja na watu wake wenye wanaamuanga nani atakuwa recruited wapi. So basically, sorry?
They have a commission.
So according to what she's reading, yes, they are trying to who's trying to reclaim the National Police Service?
You see,
meaning that they have had this responsibility.
They have had it. They had it for the longest time before they had a commission. They haven't always had a commission. Public Service Commission employs civil servants.
Yes.
When you have a commission,
right,
they have responsibilities which are outlined clearly when it is set up. So if there's a power struggle, what someone is telling us is that someone wants a status quo, then they shouldn't have asked for the commission.
Yeah.
But the moment you ask for the commission, you will cede certain powers to the commission. It's not really complicated.
Yeah. So according to according to the what? To the recruitment of police constable. This is now what? Cohesion.
Okay,
what they're saying is that the National Police Service Commission, yes, are the ones who hire police constables. So and the again, commission, basically, I don't even know why they are fighting for that HR.
No, they had it before the commission was set up. They had a way in which they hired. Like the military doesn't have a commission. Okay, it's a security service platform. They hire. If they had a commission, the commission would take over those functions. So the reclaiming means you had it, it has moved, now you want it back. Yes.
And I think another thing that you need to note is this issue of online applications. This is what it says, that Inspector General and his deputies opposed to new system of recruitment that calls for online applications.
Why are they opposed to it? Why?
They know why.
They do. I'm asking if the writer of that article.
The writer, okay, let me just read just a bit of this story. That the recruitment of 10,000 police officers planned in September could be derailed by a power struggle that has rocked the National Police Service Commission. A vicious supremacy battle between Inspector General of Police Douglas Kancha and NPSC, in which he is a member, has snowballed into a national crisis that has split the commission into two factions, threatening the upcoming police recruitment. One faction has the uniformed commissioners led by the Mr. Kancha, while the other has civilian commissioners led by the chairman, who insist the police chief must now surrender all human resource functions, including the 60 billion police payroll, as well as the roles of hiring, promoting, and transferring officers.
So I'm having a look at the commission website, that is npsc.go.ke, and there's a tab there that directs you to who the commissioners are. So we have Edwin Cheluget, he's a commissioner. I'm sure you guys have heard this name somewhere. Yeah. Eliud Kipkoech Lagat, CBS, EBS, OG, WHSC, SS, NDC. He's a commissioner. This is a deputy inspector general that has been in the headlines for the last couple of months. Douglas Kanja, the IG himself, is actually a commissioner. And we have Gilbert Masengeli. He is DIG, same here, AP India. He's a commissioner. Then we also have Peter Lele. He is the commission secretary. Co-opted members include Mr. Amin Mohammed Ibrahim. He is the director of DCI, right? Then we have Bernice Sialal. She is the secretary, administration, accounting officer of the National Police Service. So now, they perform the HR functions of the police. But they are police officers. The same police officers who are in charge of the different police, whatever, arms of the police.
Yes.
So why IG Kanja is fighting to have this back into his office? Or
it's because a commission, bro,
yes,
ni group ya watu.
Na sasa ninasema already the majority of these folks are the same folks.
They are the same
heading the different arms of the police.
Yes. The autonomous power that the IG has no longer exists. It's not as though the IG can say this. The commission has to say, which means all those people have to agree. All.
3 of those people, again, let me remind you, 3 of those folks are already Wadosua police.
Yes.
Yeah. What makes you think they're aligned in their thinking? What makes you think that they approach this whole issue in the same way? IG Kanja is about to retire.
Right.
So the likelihood, knowing Kenyans, there'll be a power struggle. And those 3 people that you're saying, look at the ones who are younger, who are the likelihood of taking over that job. Believe me, since we're discussing it,
right,
what you're reading has nothing to do with what you're seeing.
So what you are saying, this is a smoke screen.
I am saying this is just a tip of the iceberg.
Kuna shida ingine zaidi.
Recruitment in this country involves money. Let's start there.
Okay.
And did you hear it's 60 billion?
That is the money that is paid out.
The payroll, yes.
Payroll and so forth. All right?
Right.
Promotions are an issue in this country and they involve money. Which arm of the police you go to, whether you are put in traffic.
For clarity's sake, when you say they involve money, do you mean bribes? Ama, what do you mean?
I mean, everything that I'm saying here is anecdotal and what I have heard. I have absolutely no evidence whatsoever to support what I am saying.
So this is hearsay.
Absolute and complete and undiluted hearsay.
All right, continue. I wanted us to be clear on that.
But again,
proceed.
Mungala, it's just quite clear that most of the time, why do you think the MPs, the governors are fighting? You know, we are talking of budgets in that docket. So forget about these other monies you are talking about. There is a budget.
To focus hii kwanza hii ya police recruitment.
There's a budget, Patricia, but that budget involves people being paid.
Yes.
So we are back to these people who are about to be paid because they need to be recruited. The issue here is who gets recruited. Everybody has their people. Those bosses have their people whom they want recruited. Other powers that are greater than them, and there are many, will have their people. Then there are the civilians who talk to these powerful people, who have their people employed, and that's where the money story comes in.
Okay.
These things are reported every once in a while in the papers. Okay, I personally have no such experience, and I personally have never witnessed it, so I cannot say I have the evidence. I'm only going by what I've read
and heard,
and what I've heard over time.
And we one of them fanya macho yake.
Well,
but yeah, I mean, I get what he's trying to say.
Before we leave this story, I think let's just look at what the law says about these functions, and just this is the information that is here about what the law says. That Article 245 of the Constitution states that the Inspector General shall exercise independent command over the National Police Service and perform any other functions prescribed by national legislation. Sawa. But Article 246 inafuatana tu hapo establishes the commission that it states shall recruit, appoint persons to hold or act in offices in the service, confirm appointments, and determine promotions and transfers within the National Police Service.
I think we shall have an opportunity to...
All those powers that you speak of, IG had them.
Yes, now he doesn't.
Then they formed a commission. You know, IG was a president. Don't joke. That person could determine anything. It's like the head of the military. That is a powerful person. And in the security service industry, given how they function, the moment somebody is a ranking officer, you know that person's word is power. You're told you do. So all I'm saying is, it's a power struggle. unfortunately, in this country, power struggles in this country also have to do with money. The money is involved, whether it is the police circle, whether it is anticipated bribes so that people can be employed, whatever it is. Somehow the doo-doo of money has got into a system, and there is nowhere you will look where some money issue isn't relevant. But in this issue, it's money plus succession. And the infight, this what you're seeing here, it's infighting. When you hear a story, it's infighting. If these commissioners agreed among themselves as to what to do, this article wouldn't exist.
True.
They are not agreeing. So your guess as good as mine as to what they're not agreeing over.
Okay, and something else to note is that they are saying that at the center of the latest conflict is the upcoming recruitment that the commission once conducted under a new system that requires online applications and shortlisting of prospective candidates. Sawa. So the issue is, they are saying that the commission yesterday kicked off a nationwide public hearing on the proposed system. So I just wanted to inform Kenyans, public ndio hiyo public what hearing. So msije mkasema baadaye kwamba hamkusikia what was happening. As of yesterday, the commission has started that public hearing, so you better participate
if you want to.
Yes.
The Standard newspaper says, shielding Lagat. 20 Kenyans have moved to court accusing President William Ruto, top security chiefs, and the Attorney General of shielding Deputy Inspector General Eliud Lagat from murder charges over the death of whistleblower Albert Ojwang, alleging a high-level cover-up, fabricated suicide theory, and a justice system stacked in favor of the powerful. This story is on page 6. And like I said, we shall invite a high-ranking police officer here. Hopefully it shall be DIG Eliud Lagat to tell us a couple of, shed light rather on a couple of these issues, including police recruitment. Torture in prisons still under wraps. That story is on page 10. Rights defenders warn that torture, injury, and death in prisons are routinely concealed. They are now calling for full accountability, independent oversight, and urgent reforms. Page 10 again, like I said. There's a story here I would like Mwalimu to talk about. Pregnancy tests in school trigger outrage. Legal experts and a parents association have condemned schools accused of forcing pregnancy tests on girls, calling the practice unlawful, degrading, and a violation of privacy. Head teacher, what do you think about these tests, pregnancy tests in schools?
If students are under the age of 18, you require the consent of the parents before you undertake any medical test on the children. You require consent. If there is no consent, then it is definitely illegal. There are students who are in school who are over the age of 18 or have attained the age of 18. The parents may not like it, but those students can actually make decisions for themselves.
Do they also have the right of saying no to that test?
That is a right. That is a right. But then there's something else that comes into these rights, something called a school policy. If the school policy is mandatory, that when schools open, every girl needs to go for a pregnancy test, it's a school policy, and they have the parents' consent. That's why you have the PA, the Parents Association. These things need to be discussed ahead of time and agreed upon, so you know this what will happen. And the reason is this: many of the pregnancies that we see among young girls occur during school holidays. So this is not something that has begun today. It is a practice that has been there. It's highlighted from time to time. Sometimes it isn't. But the truth of the matter is this: we have a problem with teen pregnancies, okay? Which means there are very many young Kenyans whose education is interfered with. Since we're talking about education, simply because of pregnancies. The good thing about pregnancies now is somebody can deliver and still go back to school. There's a time when you couldn't. You get pregnant, that's it.
End of education.
That's it. Some kind relative will look for an old man to marry you as a fourth wife or something. And that was considered okay. That isn't the case now. the stances that people take on these matters sometimes I find are unnecessarily aggressive.
So are you saying that schools should do these tests but with the consent of the parents?
Schools need to inform parents and get them on board,
right,
so that they understand why these things are being done.
Okay.
The Ministry of Education has, as a duty bearer, because that falls under their purview, needs to have taken it upon themselves to have a policy within the schools that involves parents being inculcated into understanding some of these processes and school policies, so that, and they sign that they've understood, so it is known. So the parents kicks a file, you say, but you signed, chief. What has changed?
Let me ask the lady in the house. Ukiwa shule, during your time, mlikuwa mnafanywa tests?
No, me, I was in a mixed school.
You're in a mixed school?
Yes.
Okay.
So you had never done a pregnancy tests.
Yeah.
But of course, I know of neighboring schools. I knew of neighboring schools that was
tests.
a mandatory. A girls' school. So as you report back from holiday, ulikuwa ukifika pale kwa gate, the first thing ni test.
Kwa gate?
Yeah.
So
ukiingia shule
unaambia kwenda pale.
Yeah.
Okay.
So ukiingia shule kuna vile unatumwa. Yes. So like I knew of that, and again, like he has said, of course we have rights, and these rights are not without limits, depending on where you are. So this is a school, this is an institution. It has rules, regulations, and it has policies that should also be followed. So most of the time, if it is a school whereby a pregnancy test is usually done, I think it is usually part of whatever you are reading.
Told.
As a parent, you know that in this school it is mandatory. It is mandatory to have pregnancy.
Would
test.
you consent to that for your daughter?
Well, I don't see any problem.
Okay.
I don't think I don't see any problem, because if in any case if a pregnancy test has been done, and maybe now the only problem I would have with is after. What happens if you find that
the child is pregnant?
Yes, there is a child there who is pregnant.
Si anaambiwa rudi nyumbani, take care of the pregnancy.
You know,
what happens?
Now that is where now the problem can be. Depends on
if as a head teacher, actually,
yes.
I'd like to find
you involve the parents.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
or
how
you
you involve them? Yes.
Sending home is so that the parents can come. It's not go home and don't come back. Let's go and bring your parents.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
I also think I would consent. Yeah.
That's an opportunity for counseling now. Okay.
Yeah. I think I would also consent to that.
Yeah,
and the reason why it's a counseling issue is because girls don't get pregnant on their own. There are some co-participants who must be brought into the fold. You see, the situations of pregnancy points to either lack of information, a lack of understanding. It involves so many things. And you cannot address it with the girl who is pregnant. You must address it with the person who participated in acquiring that pregnancy.
Okay. What is on your paper?
Mine. Business Daily. This one. DRC Senate saves equity from forced shares sale. Apparently, there is a little matter in DRC.
Yes.
And this matter involves the shareholding of foreign companies within the country and the equity that locals are supposed to have. There were those who were demanding that Equity Bank cede 30% stake in a subsidiary to nationals of Central African, for this Central African nation.
Yes.
But they secured an exemption from the rule. They said, look guys, we need an exemption, and the reason why we need an exemption is blah 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 blah, and they were granted the exemption.
Yeah.
Okay. So now 30% but anyhow.
Yeah.
Okay, the one which you're supposed to go. But this isn't new. There are countries where when you set up a business, in the Middle East,
yes,
your ownership, you have to have locals as partners. There's no ifs and buts.
Even here in Kenya.
Yeah, we do, but it's not as entrenched as some other countries.
It's not so strict.
No, not really. We have a fairly liberal way of looking at things in this country. We haven't gotten there. We may get there, yeah, but we're not there yet.
And what about government ownership of these foreign-owned companies? Like government needs to have shares. For example, in SAFCOM, we know Gava owns, is it 30 or 35%? Let's even put it at 30%. Gava owns 30% of Safaricom. I know it's above 30. For Airtel, something similar. And majority
for Kenya Power, similar.
Is Kenya Power foreign owned though?
Kenya Power is a business. We're talking about government and their participation.
Okay.
But if you're focusing on foreign owned,
ownership is quite different.
Because Safaricom, actually, when it was beginning, it was a department within Telcom Kenya. You remember when Telcom had the booths? So Safaricom was actually a very small segment within a department within Telcom. Then in the year 2000, was it 2002? 2000, yeah, somewhere around there, or 98, I can't remember the date. That is when now they broke off, and they were partly bought by Akina Vodafone, and now it's now a separate, completely entire monster by itself. And government just acquired about 30%. Yeah.
Equity is also foreign owned.
Equity Bank?
Yep.
Okay.
The majority of the shareholders are actually British. Oh, yes.
I didn't know that.
Yes, it is.
I thought it was James Mwangi and the chairman.
They're there, but they sold a lot of that equity to some British interests. Same with Safaricom. It's a British interest.
Yes, Vodafone.
Yes, but we take the pride in it being ours, which is a good thing.
Yes.
So, if you talk about government participation, the government does participate, and with good reason. The telcos are fundamental to security.
Yeah.
So you cannot just give a private entity free reign over it to determine and to see. You need participation so that even in the board, the government is represented. In key sectors, the government does that. And that is the right thing to do, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it is okay. And that's why I also say that if you're going to privatize some of these companies, do it, but do it like the Safaricom way or the Airtel way, you know, whereby Gava still owns a huge chunk of the company. Then, of course, sell a couple of shares to Kenyans who can afford them. Then now let the foreign entities do whatever it is that they want with the rest of the shares. But you need some kind of control at the end of the day.
You need participation.
Yeah.
You see, when it's a business, you cede the business aspect of the business to whoever the business people are. Kenya Airways has the government interest. But Kenya Airways also has shares, which are in the public domain. And Kenya Airways was, until it was interfered with, a serious profit-making entity and an excellent airline.
Pride of Africa.
Believe me, that airline, a beautiful airline. The service.
Yeah.
Those of us who enjoyed those services for a very long period of time lament when you hear of the problems that we are having. We seriously lament.
Yeah.
And they're created by human beings. The problems didn't create themselves.
Every time actually I fly out, I choose KQ. Purely because of patriotism.
They're even more expensive sometimes than the other airlines. But believe me, KQ and the service, fantastic. Compared to some of the airlines people speak about. No, the other airlines, which are completely on a different scale.
Yeah.
But these other ones that one sees.
Yeah.
There was a time when airlines were collapsing, the businesses were collapsing in Europe. Kenya was growing from strength to strength to strength. So anyway,
I like them also because the fact that they recognize Kenyan celebrities and they actually treat Kenyan celebs very, very well. Ukipanda KQ na wakujue na wajue ni wewe Patricia Waiua, Radio Generation, I can assure you, you will have the best flight.
Wow.
Utakula vinono.
Wacha.
Kila kitu unataka. Kila kitu unataka.
That's amazing. But
they even announce.
Utasikia huko captain amesema on the flight this morning we do have Patricia Waiua, Radio Generation. Unapigiwa debo huko mpaka unaklapiwa. But yeah, they're very, very, very posh.
That's awesome. That's awesome. But I was also looking at now when the government talks of I remember the Adan deal. Sasa niwarepeleke kwa Adani. Yeah, I remember the Adan deal, how Kenyans really did not support, and they made sure that they made noise about it. Mpaka sasa ikafika mahali akasema okay, haya kaini na airport yenu. So there is someone I was conversing with about a country whereby they gave out their national the airports to some private partners, and they really did work on it. in terms of renovation and so forth. And of course, it was a partnership until I think they said it's now 10 years since they had given just a deal like the one that Adan had wanted to have with Kenya. And right now, the services in that airport are quite okay, standard. And wanasema kwamba wameenda kumaliza. So I'm wondering, why didn't Kenya want that kind of a
deal? She ilikuanga the person who wanted to take over. But anyway, sorry for another day.
You can still look for such kind of
a different partner, yes. Aina shida. A different partner.
What's your take on that?
My take on that is that we should be listening to the news.
Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The High Court in Mombasa has adjourned the murder trial of controversial preacher Paul Nthenge Mackenzie and 28 co-accused. This is after the prosecution informed the court of the discovery of fresh evidence. More than 400 people died in one of the worst cult-related tragedies in the country. Mackenzie allegedly ordered his followers to starve themselves and their children to death, claiming that this will ensure that they will go to heaven before the end of the world. The judge adjourned the hearing to Wednesday, when the prosecution is expected to present 4 witnesses to testify.
Ultimately, my duty is to ensure that the bad people are put in prison, the good people are acquitted. You might just find that among them, or even all of them, are innocent, because that's what the law says, isn't it? I don't think we've done well. We have not, us, myself, the DPP, the defense counsel is okay. We are the ones who are supposed to ensure that this case is heard and finalized within time.
A Kenyan man and 3 other foreign nationals have been charged in the United States of an alleged scheme to supply advanced military weapons to one of Mexico's most dangerous drug cartels. The indictment accuses the group of plotting to arm the Cartel de Jalisco Nueva Generacion with high-powered firearms and explosives. Court filings name the suspect as Elisha Odhiambo Asumo of Kenya, Ugandans Michael Katungi and Peter Dimitrov, and Tanzanian Subiro Omsud Mwapinga. The weapons listed in the alleged plot include machine guns, rocket launchers, grenades, sniper rifles, night vision gear, anti-personnel mines, and anti-craft systems. Kenya and the U.S. state of California are strengthening cooperation in technology, climate innovation, and sustainable development. This is according to President William Ruto. Speaking after hosting a delegation from California, the president highlighted the state's position as the wealthiest in the United States and a key partner in fostering innovation, sustainability, and shared prosperity with Kenya.
As part of your footprint around our continent, and I promise you on behalf of these good people here, colleagues from Kenya, that we are ready, we are willing, we are available to partner and to see what we can do together in a mutually beneficial engagement.
The meeting also included acting U.S. Ambassador to Kenya, Carla Benini, who said Kenya remains a central nation to the U.S.-Africa policy.
Kenya, as you know, sir, remains central to our U.S.-Africa policy. When we do something in Africa, we do it in Kenya first. And there's a reason for that. It's because of our shared interests and alignment on governance, on rule of law, and democracy. I think this delegation represents the breadth and depth of the people-to-people partnership as well as the subnational partnership.
Kenya has almost achieved universal mobile phone ownership, but large gaps remain in internet access and computer use, new figures show. The 2023-2024 Kenya Housing Survey, released jointly by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics and the Communication Authority of Kenya on Monday explains clear differences in technology use across gender, age, and location. According to the report, 93.8% of households in Kenya own a mobile phone. Urban areas lead with 97.6% compared to 91.4% in rural areas. Nairobi tops the list with 97.6%, while West Pokot has the lowest at 29%. The UN's Human Rights Office has condemned a targeted Israeli attack that killed 6 journalists in Gaza, calling it a grave breach of international law. 5 Al Jazeera journalists, including correspondent Anas Al-Sharif, were killed in an Israeli airstrike on Sunday. 2 others were killed, including a freelance journalist, the broadcaster said. Israel's military said it targeted Sharif, alleging he had served as the head of a terrorist cell in Hamas, something Sharif denied. Media rights groups and countries, including Qatar, condemned the attack. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? I hope wherever you are, everything is fantastico. In a couple of minutes, we shall be hosting a guest. But as the guest makes their way here, Siti Muga still in studio. And I've just seen something on the Daily Nation. And it's about 8 billion, apparently. 8 billion Kenyan shillings claims for civil servants, tutors is being probed. Now, senators petitioned. Actually, one senator has petitioned the House to investigate unpaid health insurance claims for families of public servants who died or were injured while on duty. Let me say that again. Senator petitions House to investigate unpaid health insurance claims for families of public servants who died or were injured while on duty. I feel like civil servants in this country suffer a lot.
Why?
Because of some of these very dire issues. For instance, we had a situation by Senator wa Kitui Nasau jina yake Wambua, Enoch Wambua. He petitioned again the Senate a couple of weeks ago over hii pesa wanapatanga ya hardship allowance. Yes, teachers in Kitui, some were receiving, some were not receiving this hardship allowance. Now, again, I'm tying it to the fact that I feel like civil servants wanaumianga sana. Yesterday, I was conducting some academic research on a public institution, name withheld for now. And a lot of people I spoke to there were talking to me about salary delays. They were talking about promotions that they hadn't received. They were talking about monies also, like zinitangwaji zivitu impressed wamesubmit hazijalipwa. I don't see that in private institutions.
Yes.
So that's why I'm saying I feel like public servants wanaombianga sana kwa hii country.
You know, there are many things that happen within a government that unless someone talks to you and tells you, you wouldn't know. Okay? This issue of salary delays, we've had even on occasion members of parliament complaining that their salaries have delayed.
Yes. Oh, members of parliament?
Yes.
Okay.
Eventually they were paid.
Yeah.
What we hear or read about more often are county governments saying that whatever was agreed upon as the money that should be divvied to them in a certain period of time has not been sent. That one we hear of. Now, then there's a culprit that is always mentioned in these discussions.
Who?
IFMIS.
The system.
the system, and you wonder, yes, it's a system, but that system is not self-propagating.
There's someone behind the operation.
It has to be switched on and off, for heaven's sake. Okay? And even if we're told it only works at midnight for 10 minutes, it means it has been programmed to do so. There's a human being behind it. Okay? So, these issues that come up point to something that maybe we don't discuss adequately. The liquidity of the government. Do they have enough money to meet their recurrent needs?
And on Friday, Dr. Miskela was here. He's the Deputy Secretary General of KPMDU. And what he mentioned is that system issue you've just mentioned, alisema kuna kitu, kuna mahali wanahitaji code so that certain funds can be released. I cannot remember what funds he was talking about. I don't know if it was their salaries or money to buy equipment or what, but I think it was something to do with their salaries. And he was saying that wakati mwingine unaweza pata do hazijalipwa. Sababu gani? Kwa sababu kuna system inahitaji code na hiyo code haiko available. So nikamuuliza, why not generate a new code? Or what is the like, nani ako na hiyo code? Is it a system error that a code cannot be generated or what? You know what he told me? Ati someone has the code and they are waiting for authorization. I was like, waiting for authorization from who? And then he told me sometimes it can be someone from the ministry, sometimes, and I was like, wait a minute, are you actually telling me that unaweza kuwa unangojea pesa? Na akaniambia it's been like that for months. I'm like, you guys are waiting for money and there's someone with a code. That person is not dead, he's not in a coma, he's not somewhere in Nigeria, he's actually here. Like, you can actually call him. Ananiambia hata tunamuonanga kwa ofisi. So, and I asked him, so what is the big issue? Si akupatie code. He's like, some people just want to be difficult.
That's one side of the story. Or maybe they have instructions not to use the code.
So I'm like, is it like a key code? Like he told me, yes, it's like a password.
Yes.
So I'm like, mtu anakataa na password. Like 123 could be his password na anakataa nayo.
Well, the thing is, that person takes instructions from someone.
Oh my goodness.
They may be laid down procedures as to how that code is used.
Yes.
But they take instructions. Anyone who has done any business with the county will hear that term code coming up very often.
Yeah.
There's a payment that was delayed because this person, the code. Yeah, they're working on it, but it's a story. But it points to something. It's either deliberate.
Yes.
Deliberate in the sense that the person with the code wants to be spoken to.
Asiwamwongeleshe.
No. Kwa nini? Sio ni kazi yake.
Okay, najua ni kumwongelesha yani kifedha.
I've understood.
Yeah.
And you've understood me.
Yes.
I am simply saying either that or they have instructions not to move until they are told. Third, it may be again the issue of liquidity that I mentioned. There may not be enough money to make certain payments.
So anaambiwa tukanyagio code.
Keep talking about the code until you have enough money. Then, when there's enough money, then the red button, finya.
I was at, again, the institution I was telling you yesterday, and there were some interns waiting for their papers to be signed, and I'm just talking about now the laxity in government offices. So they were waiting for their, I think it's like their recommendation or something, something to show that they have done the internship in this institution. And the person who was supposed to sign, had been away for lunch for about 3 hours.
That's a long lunch.
Watoto wamesimama hapo nje, a huge crowd of interns just waiting for their letters. And I was like, this is crazy. This is actually
crazy. Did the person eventually come?
Oh yeah.
So they came around 3.
I was leaving that place at around 4. So yeah, around 4. Let's say 4.
Okay. And they'd been away for lunch?
They had been away for lunch.
And did they look concerned, disturbed?
Concerned for who? Why?
And these are the civil servants you want us to have pity on.
But if they're facing these kinds of problems... Anyway, it's not a laughing matter.
That person is
sad.
in Nairobi. I am of the opinion that Nairobi people who work here should be given a hardship allowance. I'm of that opinion.
Yeah.
Because the cost of living in the city there is.
But the one person who should be receiving hardship allowance is none other than our president, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Every morning he wakes up to these kinds of headlines.
You see, there is a difference here.
Yes.
He wanted this job.
Si hata wanafanya kazi kwa civil service.
Yes.
Chances are they even bribed for that position.
You see, the fundamental difference is this. You don't campaign for the job. You apply your qualifications and whatever gets you the job, and you work. A political position is something you sought. And the office comes with perks, with benefits, and it also comes with things that nobody told you about. And you will not know until you sit on that chair.
Yeah.
So this story that you keep hearing of, but you know he was a deputy. Believe me, you can be deputy all you want.
Yes.
You're not the president. And the thing only the president knows. And you will know when you become the president. Before then, you can imagine, you can think, but you actually don't know. Same with powers.
There's a very sad story here. Cancer patient now runs out of life-saving drugs. Gatamu Waigwa took his final dose of life-saving cancer medication yesterday. The 70-year-old retired anesthetist now faces an uncertain future without a comprehensive deal with the Social Health Authority.
Okay.
The story is on page 3 of the Daily Nation. Again, cancer patient now runs out of life-saving drugs. So he faces an uncertain future without a comprehensive deal with the Social Health Authority. We've been talking about this thing for a while now, and I am getting to a point. We're getting to a point whereby I'm wondering whether we shall ever have like a clear. You see, like the way with NHIF, everything was just clear and everyone knew.
Do we know the story of NHIF before it became clear, or do you think at inception it was suddenly clear?
I don't know, because I wasn't there when it was incepted. See, ilianza huko 1960 what during independence, so I don't know. What I know though is the fact that by the time NHIF was being brought down, it used to take care of things without maswali mingi. That means it had perhaps over 50 years of experience.
Yes.
So when we create a new system, I'm assuming it's supposed to come and improve on what was already there.
That is usually the idea.
Exactly. So now, why is it that we didn't have these issues with NHIF and we're having them with SHA? Every time someone comes and says that, but now you see, hii kitu unajua inafaa kukua. For me, that one is neither here nor there. If you're going to build a new car, you're obviously improving on the previous model. Sindio? So that means that whatever new thing we have, it has everything good of the previous and nothing bad of the previous.
That's how the theory works, yes.
So when we created SHA, and I'm now, because this is now our responsibility collectively, all 50 million of us, including our president and the government, when we were creating SHA, what good parts of NHIF did we pick and what bad things of NHIF did we this whatever?
SHIF is NHIF.
Yes, SHIF. So in my opinion, ndio ninasema hii kitu ilichukuliwa haraka, tunafaa tu revert. It's as simple as that.
Ilichukuliwa haraka, so we go back to what we had before.
Oh yes.
Where are we suggesting that NHIF didn't have issues?
I am suggesting it didn't have issues, yes.
And I'm telling you it did. I don't think it had issues that warranted the creation of a complete overhaul and a new thing. There is no system that doesn't have issues. The issue of improving and ensuring that those issues and those kinks are sorted out, that has been long overdue. Most of it was hospitals and health facilities, some which don't even exist, siphoning money from NHIF. That problem was there for the longest time. A problem like that cannot exist and cannot persist without the collusion of the health facilities and those within NHIF.
When we created the new notes, the current ones that we're using today, the reason that was done was because walikuwa wataka kufanya nini? Kukapcha wala watu wameka mapesa kwa magunia nyumbani kwao, si ndio?
I don't know.
Mimi nakwambia.
I thought they were just going through the process of changing bank notes like we do every once in a while.
Mimi nakwambia hivyo ndivyo walikuwa wanafanya. Sasa take it from me.
Okay.
Walikuwa wanafanya hivyo ndio wale watu, of course we needed new notes, fancier ones and what not, new security features and so on and so forth. But my point here is the fact that even when we introduced the new notes, there was no hitch. Those notes are functioning just like the previous notes.
Yes.
Udeta kwa duka tunao mkata yako the
Yes.
same ungenua with the previous note.
Yes.
Now, NHIF versus SHIF, that introduction and that transition wasn't smooth.
How exactly are these two similar?
The NHIF and the
Yes,
SHIF?
and the issuing of new notes. How are they similar?
What I'm trying to say is when you introduce something new, it should continue the purpose of the old one seamlessly, bila stress.
You know, the issues around NHIF are so many. So really very many.
NHIF.
Yes.
Okay.
The issue around a health system are so many, and it involves the entire nation, as does the issuing of new notes. However, the process of actualizing it are very different. Central Bank of Kenya, Treasury, that ministry issue a notice. They have public participation because they did. It is one of the best campaigns I've ever seen.
For SHIF?
I'm talking about Central Bank of Kenya and the new notes.
Oh, on the new notes, okay.
Yes.
Because I can't remember for public participation for SHA.
No, I don't remember it either.
Yep.
And they told you have X number of days to hand over those notes. And they kept drawing it down until the last day. In my mind is the perfect example of how the government can do what they need to do when they want to do what they need to do. Okay? SHA, Social Health Authority, had an act that created it. All right? And then everything else followed. But what preceded it was the Universal Health Pilot Scheme that had been enacted in the Uhuru era. The understanding was you start with 5 counties. Then you up it to maybe 10, then maybe 20. By the time you get to 30,
things are good to go.
You have a very clear idea of what you need to do. That didn't happen. SHA is meant to be precisely that. So, it was set up, and we're told, there was not on your marks, go. Now, when you do such a thing, you are going to run against headwinds like you've never seen before.
Right.
And it's the headwinds I think you're talking about. And what you will hear is people telling you how it isn't working. And the reason is because that's what they're experiencing. They're actually just telling you. But in many cases, the people shouting wolf. They've never tried to use it. And when they've been told that this thing isn't working, they haven't asked which part isn't working. Because there's 3 components to it. The general view is that it is not working. The din around it has gone down significantly. So it appears some of it is working. This was always the reality. It was never going to work on day one when they said, here we are. It never was. The entirety of that system was not going to work. It was going to take time. We were never told about that time. The way it was presented, you assumed on day one it will work and everybody will get the service. Now the hue and cry was justified because on day one it wasn't working the way it was. People assumed it would work. You see, when you have a situation like the one we're talking about regarding, because
this cancer patient,
that my friend, that has been where you've had most of the complaints. People who are on dialysis, for instance, people who are terminally ill,
chemotherapy, radiotherapy,
all those things, non-communicable diseases. That was one of the arms. Now that arm was supposed to be financed by the government. SHIF is NHIF, people who are contributing. That arm was supposed to be financed by the government, as is the primary health portion of SHA. Now, for government to fund it, the government must have the money. So raises the all-eternal question, does the government have the money?
Clinical officers, Secretary General kuja pakatuambia something similar, And now I'm actually seeing it in play. And he told us that a lot of money has been given to the primary care. The allocation, rather, in terms of ratios, percentages, and so on. So he was saying that hakuna pesa ya kutosha ya some of these ailments. And I was like, so that is where we're actually getting it wrong again.
Is it? Are we getting it wrong in that there isn't enough money as is being reported? Are we getting it wrong that people have not been told what to expect? Because it doesn't matter whether it is SHA, SHIF, or a private insurance, there's a cap.
There is a cap.
There always is a cap. So, is there a cap that people who have these conditions, do they know what their cap is? Do they know what to expect when they go for treatment? There was a debate about dialysis. Are you funding 2 sessions, 3 sessions? After that is now the discussion about a cap.
Yes.
Okay? And has an honest discussion around it been had, so people actually understand the cap, so you know, okay, you are definitely insured. We will definitely give you medication, but we will only spend so much.
So let me just read a bit of this. Retired medic in desperate fight for cancer treatment as SHA falls short. Solutions offered by Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale and SHA boss Mercy Mwangangi fall short of his medical needs. At dawn yesterday in Modest Nyeri home, Gatamu Waigwa swallowed his final dose of the medication that has kept his stage 3 prostate cancer, in check. Now, for the 70-year-old retired anesthetist, it was a moment of quiet dread. After 4 months of pleading with the SHA for support, his struggle for life-sustaining treatment has reached a critical point. His request is straightforward: 55,000 shillings hormonal injection that could slow the advance of his illness, yet the solutions offered by Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale fall short of his needs. So clearly he has depleted it, and I do hope they find a way of sorting this out, because if they don't, he has taken his last med. Of course, we know how these things work. It doesn't necessarily mean that sasa kesho ni hivyo, but I mean, even for him,
it is important that these things are highlighted. But now we are actually discussing a very simple matter. It's called giving adequate and correct information.
Right.
If I know this is my limit, I will know it is my limit. So when I approach it, I will know what to do next. If I don't know, then there's a problem.
All right, let's switch gears for a second now, because actually not for a second, for the rest of this hour. In studio we have our guest, that is Dr. Magare Gikenyi. He's a human rights activist, and the conversation today is about the e-citizen puzzle. Daktari, a very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning.
Karibu sana.
Karibu sana.
Umetupata tukiongea mambo ya SHA. Na kuna mtu hapa anaumia sana, a retired doctor. He doesn't have enough money for his treatment. We honestly do hope all the best for him. But when we are talking about e-citizen, we have had a lot of stories, a lot of headlines in the last couple of days talking about monies that are getting lost in the e-citizen portal. Maybe you can help us shed some light on that. What do you know about the monies? Mara kuna 12 billion ya ile pesa inachukuliwa kama convenience fee. Mara kuna wakati Auditor General flagged about 44 billion. The other day I think we were told over 9 billion. Like, what's going on with the e-citizen portal?
Thanks a lot for calling me to this studio. I think it's a great day.
Yes.
And, you know, this is our country. We have no other country to move to. If something bad happens, all of us will suffer. So it's a things good as a society to try as much as possible and protect our country.
Right.
So coming back to the issue of e-citizen, you remember this issue of e-citizen was brought up some couple of years ago.
Okay.
I think even during the Uhuru's regime.
Yes.
The challenge we have us, especially as the human rights activists, is that if you look very well, the idea is a good idea. And essentially says that we can have these services better on the tap of a button. It's not a bad idea. The idea itself is not a bad idea. But the challenge we have is the method. If you realize that they just, what I can call the treasury honks just sat there in a treasury building, brought up an idea, then among themselves they just ensured the system essentially favors them.
Right.
That's what we are against them, against the idea. Because if you realize the system, in addition to the normal, like for example, you read the Constitution very well on the Finance Act. That's Article 209 to the financial the financial aspect. Article 209 to 10. You will come to realize that the government essentially allows the Constitution allows the government to levy fee on its own citizens. It's a normal thing, so there's nothing wrong about it.
Okay.
But then it does it in two major ways, either through taxation or through what they call charges and levies, which is, there's no problem about it, because a government cannot run without money from its citizens. So generally there is nothing wrong about a government levying taxes and charges from its own citizens. So which is normal. The challenge we have is the manner in which this aspect was introduced. If you read very well Article 10 of the Constitution and Article 118 allows government, when it wants to produce what they call a policy decision, which affects the people, especially what they call liberties and the rights and the fundamental freedoms on Kenyans, then it is upon the government to involve its own people. You may have a good decision, but if you don't involve the people, then in a nutshell, whatever you are doing is not good. But they always say, an action, a service given the public, which is against the Constitution, in the eyes of the law, it is no service at all. It means for you to give a good service first, you need to have something which is constitutional and legal. So what happened is that these guys just went there and sat down, they thought of an idea, then they introduced it without involving any stakeholders completely. They just introduced, so normally it was used to be few services, then they increased it. Then when this regime came, then it came up with an idea that it abolished. Normally it used to be baby 206. When the government came, he said, let all the services now come through what they call 222. Whereas that the idea still is a good idea of having one centralized money, but the process is the problem. And even to make matters worse, this e-citizen is not wholly owned by the government. If you realize if you read the other article, I'm thinking about the finances of the government. It comes that all monies which we as Kenyans either get charged to taxation or levies must go to what we call a one pot, which we call a consolidated fund. So once the money has become that's going to that one pot consolidated fund, then what it does, we have what we call representative of the people. Even if we may not like them, we chose them. That's parliament. The word parliament means the National Assembly and the Senate. They want to sit down and say, this amount, if it's 100 bob, let us use 1 bob in education, 2 bob in this one. They do what we call appropriation. Then that is based on a budget. But then this money, the 50 bob, does not go directly to the consolidated fund. It goes to line somebody's pockets.
There's actually something that you said a few sentences back. You said that it favors a few people in government. Maybe you can help us understand what you meant by that.
What I meant, if you realize, for example, that the so-called e-citizen platform, there's some organization called, like there's a one called Webmaster. It's an organization involved in that. It's not a government entity. Normally government entity are called state parastatals. For example, if we make a system and you are involved, then what happens is that, and our money goes to yourself, then that's a different. But if your money goes to the government, there's no problem. There's some organization called a Webmaster. There's also called Money Flow. In fact, if you go to pick e-citizen and then you just say, I want a certificate of good, what they call police clearance. Once you pay, you will get, it's normally 1,000. There's 1,000, which is the charge, the charge. Then there's 50 bob, which you call convenience or access fee. So that 50 bob goes to these guys. the Pesa Flow guys,
the
webmasters. Then because we have litigated this case many times, there are other what I can call a web of people, either directly or indirectly. So then what I did, I said this whatever they are doing is not a good idea. And you know, I'm a common citizen just trying to make us a better society than we found it. So we moved to court. We said this 50 bob, the constitution does not allow to have a charge on a charge. I told you in it.
Sorry,
yes.
Because I still want to understand.
Yes, this
because
people.
Now on the basis of why you went to court.
Yes,
and you said we shouldn't have a charge on top of a charge.
Yes,
in your opinion,
yes.
Because sini Pesa Flow na kina webmaster wanachukua 50 bob.
Yes, and others. We call it a tal.
Yes, so they should have actually gotten their money from the 1,000 that we have paid, not
yes.
from the 50 bob.
Exactly. For example, if you build for us a road. Assuming you want this road, this one. No matter what happens, the government says it wants to build a road from this 50 kilometers or another that's called even 100. Then it flows a tender, both national and international. Then you quote 10 bob, another quote 30 bob. Then what goes on a tender committee. That tender committee decides this service is going to be given by person X. So that person who builds a road. Once you build a road on agreed what I call the procured amount, you get paid after you finish the road. Then you go home. Then you move the next. If you have another contract somewhere, even with regeneration, they come also here. Then they do what? If they want to build a studio, then you negotiate. If you agree, you pay him. Then he goes. But the challenge we have is that they have made this system in a way. Every second, anything you pay. Continuously until Jesus comes again. You see, everything even if you pay, even for school fees, you pay them directly and indirectly. You pay these guys.
But let me understand this.
Yes,
huh?
yes.
You pay the fee for certificate of good conduct,
yes,
or whatever it is.
Driver's license.
Yes. Oh, okay.
School fees and then.
And after paying this,
yes,
the system then demands you pay another 50 bob.
Yes, you can never be able to pay 1,000 alone.
So you'll pay 1050.
1050.
So if I want to renew my driving license,
yes,
I will pay whatever they've asked.
650.
And then for that's for how many years?
Yes.
So 1 year.
Okay.
1 year. So it's 600 for the 1 year. Yes. Then the convenience fee for that transaction is 50 bob. So you are paying 650 shillings.
I paid at once.
Yes, you're paying it there. Yes. And don't forget.
No.
Yeah.
My question is, do I pay the 50 separate or is it part?
No.
Oh, so it's 1,050.
So you're paying 1050.
650.
Yes.
Anything is under 50, but the system is made in a manner. The 100 bob goes to the consolidated, 1,000 goes to the consolidated fund. The 50 bob goes to those what I call the
companies.
Those what I call unknown figures.
Let me ask the question: how do we know that 1,000 shillings goes to the consolidated fund?
Because it's written there. It is the charge. It's either the charge for this amount.
So essentially,
and this one is specifically written. It is a convenience fee or a transaction fee. It's written there.
So you know there's a transaction fee.
Yes.
And how do you know that isn't going to the consolidated fund?
Because I've litigated this case.
The 50 bob.
Yes. I've litigated this case. When you litigate a case,
unadhani 50 bob inafaa kwenda kwa consolidated fund?
No.
And he says, how do I know?
You see, the reason why I'm asking this question.
Yes.
I thought when
this
discussion began that you pay 1,000, then you pay 50, but you pay it at once.
Yes,
that's true.
It is a single transaction.
Yes. Now that single transaction, then the money has a destination.
Yes.
The destination ought to be the consolidated fund.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
But we're saying that 1,000 goes to the consolidated fund and the 50 goes elsewhere.
Yeah.
And I'm asking, how do we know that happens? That's what I'm asking.
The reason is why I know I have litigated this case. For example, when I sue you, I would put some court papers. The court will direct me, I serve you. Once served, you have a right to remain silent. You don't have to reply. But you also have a right to defend yourself. And they say this amount of money goes this one. That's what they're saying. In a nutshell, they are agreeing that this amount of money, 50 bob, it's giving even to those people who manage the system. They're saying themselves.
Or the government have said that the 50 bob is given
to those who manage the system.
This is now their response to the petition that you took to court.
Yes.
I see.
Because, for example, it's assumed people know themselves. For example, if I ask your name and they tell you are called X, I will not doubt you. Are you seeing what I'm saying?
Me, I will doubt, but all the same.
All the same, what are they saying?
Yes.
I don't have another answer apart from what they answer.
No, but your response is adequate.
Yes.
If the government themselves tell you,
yes,
I do not need any other evidence, that is adequate.
Yes.
As far as I'm concerned.
Yes.
I just want that clarity.
Yes.
And they also said, when they were responding, they explained where it is that the money goes to.
Yes, they
said this money
goes to the people who manage the systems.
All right. Now,
so the 50 bob.
You understand? So
yes.
Where's the problem?
The shida is the government and the constitution allows government under Article 209 to collect money from its own citizen in two major ways.
Yes.
Through taxation.
Yes.
And the charges and the levies.
Yes.
So there is no provision under the constitution, even a statute, an act of parliament, which allows government to collect charge on a charge. For example, you have your income, for example, then the KRA wants the money. You go to the iTax system, you enter. If you are supposed to pay 1,000, that 1,000 you either pay through M-Pesa or through whatever. You go direct to the bank and pay 1,000. There is no cost for using iTax. No cost completely. If you want, for example, to either water VAT, income tax, you can just go to iTax, then enter details, put those. At the end of the day, it produces like a receipt, what I call a payment slip. So that payment slip, the amendment they have given you, like M-Pesa, there is banks, there are thousands of banks. So that if you go to DTB, for example, you just put, if it's 1,000, you give 1,000 to DTB. That marks the end. But this one now, if you really look, is that what's called double taxation. Double taxation is when you are taxed and taxed again. For example, they tax you 1,000, they levy you or they charge you 1,000. Then currently there is no other option. First, they forced us to use the system. That's the first thing. You can say, I don't want to pay the 1,000.
Yeah.
But there's no, if you want a police clearance certificate, you cannot walk up to any kiosk or any government office, even a government office,
and get the clearance.
Even police. I'm sure you live in Kenya. Initially, we used to go to the police station.
Yes.
We fill some handwritten papers, then we put our fingerprints, then they go to Kiambu Road, the DCI headquarters. Then they bring back the certificate. We used to wait, like when we used to take our photos when I was young, we used to have, you are taking a photo, then you wait for a whole month before the film iangaliwe, then you come back. So they used to happen like that. But then now, what happens? There's no enough. Even if you go to the police station, I'll say, fine, thanks for coming, but enda hapo kwa Huduma Center. Ama enda kwa cyber, ujaza hapo, then you use your phone number, yani your ID unaingia, then like that. That's why I started by saying the idea itself is fair, a good, a noble idea. Because even when you are sitting here, even before the next bulletin, you can go in, do the system, apply, get hold of that aspect. When you move, you go to any areas where you put your fingers, you go. It's a good idea. But if you realize, for example, there is no the constitution is the supreme law of the land, does not allow government or any other person to charge its own citizen on a charge on even a tax on a tax or a charge on a tax. Yes.
For someone who's probably listening and wondering, see, unalipa to 650, see ni 50 bob to kwani shida iko wapi?
Yes.
This 600, let's even take the driver's license for example. So this 600 I'm paying for my DL,
yes,
has got everything from the tax,
yes,
to anything else that I need.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the government deciding that I need to pay an extra 50 bob.
Yes.
So that means I'm actually paying for this service twice.
Yes. In any case, for example, the process leading to a decision that a driving license should cost 600 or 1,000 should also have undergone a public participation.
Okay.
Yani, you know that you wake up today is a sad day. Let people pay 10,000. No, the government does not like that. The constitution allows when you want to bring a church, you gazette it. Invite public to give its opinion. Of course, we have had some issues where they just put for the sake, but still fair. Even if it's cosmetic, iko fair kidogo. But then they decide. So that's why we are saying, if you look at that aspect, the 600 you are saying, or the 1,000, ideally, it should, there was a public participation. The Kenyans agreed, let us pay 600. So that was gazetted after the public participation. Then later now, when you went on the system, you find it 650 or 1050. But the make matters worse, we have been forced to use the system. Number two, we have been forced to pay the 50. You can never say, let me pay 1,000.
Kitambo tulikuwa tunaenda kwa post office kuchukua DL, driving license.
Yes.
Actually, up until like 2-3 years ago, I used to go to the before now the e-citizen situation. Nilikuwa naenda kwa post office, pay money for my driver's license, and I walk out. No stress, no drama. And I don't remember paying any convenience fee.
Actually, even before the post office, you used to go to the DC's office. There was a specific booth and window which dealt with driving licenses. Okay? And in those days you paid cash. And then there was a yellowish receipt that was written and was attached to your driving license, which was also physical. There's something you said, Daktari, regarding what was gazetted. I'm beginning to understand this argument of yours. After the public participation, whatever form it took, what was gazetted, for instance, was 1,000 shillings. That is adequate. I see. I now understand the problem. Because you gazette 1,000 and then you're charging 1,050. You have already gone against the very thing that was understood to be what was gazetted as the public. Yes.
And even make matters worse, the Auditor General under Article 229. We can call it the custodian of our funds. He comes and audits what we pay, how it has been used. There have been many public audit reports. These audit reports are not confidential. I know just audits which you do, then you put it under your bed, you know alone. It is in the public. You can even go to the office of the Auditor General, you get a report on this year, last year. It has shown that, among other things, number one, the government does not control fully the system.
Sorry, what do you mean?
For example, in the system, it does not have control. For example, if it is your radio or your what, theoretically, if it's yours, you should control everything. You should know who enters, how goes outside, like that. The government, we don't pay, people of Kenya don't pay money, public money to individuals. It goes to public entities and parastatals. Through the auditor's report, even they have said, even the court record, I said I have litigated this case, even through the early prior, they have agreed that the government does not fully control the system.
Okay. So if the government doesn't fully control, then what does the government control? What portion of the system does the government control, and which portion don't they control?
But no, his question is very valid, because if we're being honest, the moment we have been giving money for the last God knows how many years to e-citizen, then now government comes out and says that they do not have full control. And we've even had incidences where they say they do not know who's controlling it. Then we have a problem. So again, now that for our listener to fully understand also the where you're coming from, because you just didn't wake up in the morning and sued the government. There's actually a reason why you did it, and this is part of the reason. So when they say they are controlling or they don't have control, to echo what he's asking, what do they actually control?
For example, from what they answered, they said that this system is being run. They said directly the whole system is being run. So it means essentially credentials, how they move money after money has been received. Once you have there is no physical money.
Yes,
the system. So once you get that online money, it's them to direct, go to this one, go to this one, go to that one. Are you seeing?
Yes.
Whatever they want to take it. 50 brothers go this one, 100 goes this one. Even these are, because they have whatever credentials, they are the one who control the system. Even these 1,000 shillings, the Auditor General said through his own report. You can read even the latest report. You talk about 11 billion. 11 billion, Citizen, my friend, is not a small amount. Not million, million.
I get confused with 100 million.
Yes.
So now if you say a billion, now I'm completely and totally confused.
Just those are 9 zeros.
Yes.
Imagine 9 zeros.
That's a lot.
And then there's an 11.
Even if you were to think about a billion, physical, ikuje weko hapa, just hiyo ni moja. So multiply that one, times 11. The worst part of it, they have said the money is just enriching people day in, day out. Day in, day out.
Doc.
Every second, for example, they used to say that it used to have around 150,000 people. I don't know, per day, something like that.
Accessing East.
Access is 150,000. You may see 50 is a small amount. Just like the 150,000 people times 50 bob.
Yeah.
That's in a day. Sometimes they used to say sometimes you used to go up to 5. When it's busy, for example, you used to go up to 500
per day. If it's 150 people per day, that's about 7.5 million
in a day.
In a day.
Just think about then. So you multiply this one, the whole day. A day has 365 days.
Yes.
To make matters worse, these guys are earning even when they are asleep. Because not all people apply use online. Even when you want a passport, you want to somewhere, you go even at 3 a.m. You just go to e-system, you apply.
Does e-citizen work 24 hours?
Yes. Yeah, it's online.
Well, I'm just asking.
Yes.
IFMIS is online, but it works when somebody decides it's working. So
no, it is working 24 hours. So, but I think the challenge I have with this government, specifically this Ruto government, is that if you look at this, it's like you can comfortably see there is a scheme to steal money from the people's pocket.
Okay.
I just want to say red and white to steal, not even to that thing, because
no, it's okay. You have freedom of speech.
Yes. When Kenyan citizens are forced to pay, even maybe were forced even to remove all those. We used to have many bill numbers, and they even remember there was an order even for fees to be paid through e-citizen.
Daktari, niko na swali before tusahau hiyo swali.
Yes.
Before nisahau hiyo swali. Nikilipa my driving license fee kwa e-citizen the 650.
Yes.
NTSA wanapatanga hiyo 600 yangu?
That's what we are saying. Theoretically, yes. What I'm saying, theoretically, I told you, this system is being run by these other guys.
So they decided
theoretically the 600 is supposed to go to NTSA, and the 50 is supposed to go to them.
Okay.
You know,
but from before we finish, before the Auditor General said, even this 1,000, this 50 bob is being misappropriated. So
their chances are that I've been paying my DL for the last couple of years, and NTSA don't even have my money.
Yes, even if it has some bit of it. From the auditor, it's not my opinion, from the auditor's report.
Now,
yes,
recently I paid for a research license at the National Commission for Science and Technology.
Yes.
And I received my license.
Yes.
I think I paid like 1,000 bob or something.
Or thereabout.
And then I paid the 50 shillings. That one I remember very well.
Yes.
And I received my license. So there are chances na cost ya kupata my 1,000.
Yes, there's chances. Using the official auditor's report. Yes, it.
You see the question that I'm asking?
Yes.
You said the government has some control.
Yes.
I don't see where the control is.
There's absolutely no control.
Because if you say webmasters are running it, and they're running it with somebody called PesaFlow.
PesaFlow.
Okay? So where does the government running it come in? The portion, it doesn't exist, does it?
Exactly. That's why we're worried. But to make matters worse, we went to court now to try and stop. Because, like, for example, you can decide to be what I call a keyboard warrior. A keyboard warrior is a person who just sits in the computer, makes noise for mornings. I call it necessary noise. It's important because even that noise can change something. In addition to that, we, apart from us having got to make necessary noise, we also make some noise also through going to court. We went to court, we sued the government and 4 ministers, plus Attorney General, and and even the KRA, I also sued them.
Do you mind telling us the ministers?
Yes, I mean, I sued John Badi.
All right, CS for Treasury.
CS for Treasury. Kabogo, CS for ICT. Migosi, CS Education.
All right.
And what else? ICT Interior, Murkomen.
All right.
Then all in addition AG, Sodor, and KRA, Naito Matanga Mulongo, it's a Commissioner General.
Okay.
So I sued them and said, this thing, whatever I've told you, is illegal in the Constitution and ABCD. They were given time to reply. So on the 1st of April 2025, the High Court sitting in Nairobi, Justice Chacha Mwita, made a judgment, which essentially declared the fifth of convenience fee is unconstitutional and should be stopped immediately without even a second. So then, but out of there, I told you it's an arrogant regime, very arrogant. They just continued doing the same.
So currently we are still paying the 50 bob.
They just said this is just go to hell. This is just a piece of paper.
We unaweza achilia 7.5 million daily.
Yes, the law, nearly, for example,
the law has said what the law has said.
Yes.
But now I'm asking you, wewe unadhani watu wataachilia?
A law abiding citizen utaachilia because they always say if we don't follow the rule of law, the other option is anarchy. And I started by saying this country is ours. There is no another country we can go and say, let us now borrow another country. So we do that.
How long ago? Sorry, I'm so sorry. How long ago did when was this ruling made?
1st April 2025.
1st April 2025.
Yes.
So it's been about how many? So 1st April, eh?
And we're August now.
So April yote, that's a whole month.
Yes.
April, May, June, July.
At least 4 good months.
So 4 months.
And some couple of days.
That is 100, let's even say 120 days.
Yes.
Hizo zingine tutaongeza baadaye.
Yes.
O tunaweza ongeza, si leo ni tarehe 12.
Yes.
So 120 plus 12, that's about 132 days.
Tuseme 130 for
mathematics.
For maths.
Sasa nataka Wakenya wajue hiyo pesa imetumika hiyo wakati ni.
Yes.
132 times 7.5 million.
Yes.
That is 990 million.
Close to a billion.
Since the court Justice Chacha Mwita
yes.
Since Justice Mwita said stop that payment.
Yes.
Kenyans, if what we said is true about 150,000 transactions are done on eCitizen.
Yes.
Kenyans have lost illegally at the very least 990 million.
You can put even a billion because even 150 is an approximation.
Yes.
So around 1 billion has been lost. So what I did, like me, I'm a common citizen, I cannot go and arrest Mbadi and the group. So I went back to court. And I made an application called a contempt application. A contempt application is an application which goes to court and says, despite what you said, person X has disobeyed the court order. So I've already made an application, and I want these involved guys to be cited for contempt, and then taken to jail.
Right.
Because the Constitution says, Article 10, rule of law and constitutionalism. So I've told the court, because when you go to the contempt, you are not arguing the merits or the demerits of a case. That's in a petition level. At the contempt case, you just answer simple, straightforward question. Did you adhere to what the court said or not? Just simple. Too simple. Because, like me, for example, even you have to show in the court, for example, you have to show that what you are saying is true. So what I did, I just when the day I filed in court, I applied for certificate of good conduct, and I was charged 50 bob, and I attached it. I said, to be sure, this is what we're doing. This is what's happening.
Daktari, imagine we've come to the end of the show. I am so sorry that we have to end on that particular note. Please keep us updated.
Maybe I can give the final.
Yes,
you can.
Yes. Okay. Fine. It's okay. What I can say, like, thanks first for having this show. But what we need to know as a society, let us be vigilant, so that if we don't become vigilant, then we will lose a lot. So that's come vigilant, so that we will ensure there's always a rule of law and constitutionalism. In addition, let us try as much as possible. We make this society of ours a better society than we found it. Sometimes if we keep quiet, the society get rotten. They always say, even in elections, when good people keep quiet, bad people rule. So that's why we're saying let us improve every aspect of society, including what we are doing through activism. Let us also elect good leaders. And at the end of the day, let us be vigilant. And at the end of the day, we always say, you may not change the world, but you can do, in a small way, make a society a better society than we found it.
Thank you so much.
Finally, because of that, I always say that I try as much as possible. As I've told you, I'm a surgeon by profession. I work for the betterment of patients. I work in Nakuru. In addition, I also work for the betterment of this country of ours. So in short, let us make this country a better place than we found it.
Thank you so much. That is Dr. Magare Gikenyi. He's a human rights activist, and of course now we know he's a surgeon as well. That has been the conversation around the e-citizen puzzle. In the next hour, we shall be having a conversation around the protests that we have witnessed here in Kenya, and of course the road to dialogue or not. Don't go too far. Winnie Maganga with the news.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Ministry of Roads and Transport says that 2,933 road fatalities have been recorded between January and August 10th, 2025. It has raised concern over a spate of deadly road crashes across the country that have so far killed 80 people in just the past 4 days. In a statement signed by Transport Cabinet Secretary Davis Chirchir, the ministry termed the recent incidents as a concerning spike in road-related tragedies. In response, officials from multiple government agencies have been deployed to conduct safety audits on affected road segments. Over 200 families left homeless after devastating fires in Kiamaiko and Mabatini village in Mathare constituency, Nairobi County, have received much-needed relief following a shift intervention by the government. The response was led by Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Human Capital Development and Special Programs, Geoffrey Ruku. The twin infernos raised 110 homes in Kiamaiko and 101 in Mabatini, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Victims lost nearly all their belongings and were forced to endure cold nights in the open. Kuppet is pushing for the immediate promotion of over 130,000 teachers who have been stagnated in their current job groups for years. The union argues that these teachers have been unfairly denied career progression. This is despite meeting the necessary qualifications and experience, lengthy delays in promotions. Kuppet is demanding that Teacher Service Commission address this issue and promote these teachers, potentially without the need for further interviews.
Government must consider those teachers who have stagnated over 10 years for promotion. We have about 130,000 teachers who have been seeking promotions over the years, as the Secretary General said, and they have never been considered.
We are not saying that teachers are not supposed to be subjected to interview, but according to our proposals, which the Teacher Service Commission is used with, we have had grades which we don't think is necessary for teachers.
Members of Parliament have called on the national government to prioritize curbing waste and mismanagement of public funds as a way of raising resources for critical national programs and development projects. The lawmakers made the appeal during an engagement session with Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi, where he was defending the government's proposal to privatize the Kenya Pipeline Company. Mbadi told the legislators that the privatization move is part of the government's approved budget raising including measures aimed at generating approximately 100 billion shillings. The funds, he said, are crucial to support budget implementation and ensure that key development projects are not stalled due to shortage of funds.
You will agree, honorable members, that unlike taxation, privatization never reduces private sector wealth. In most cases, it encourages the propensity to invest and hence enhance aggregate demand, which in the long run would widen the revenue base. To the last IPO, that is Safaricom IPO, done in 2008, where we went to the market to raise Kenya shillings 50 billion, and the capital markets responded with an oversubscription of 500%.
The Confederation of African Football has ordered only 27,000 fans be allowed into Moi International Sports Center Kasarani for Harambee Stars home matches. CAF says this is due to repeated security failures during the ongoing CHAN 2024 tournament. The figure represents 60% of the stadium's capacity and takes effect immediately. The move follows Kenya's failure to address crowd control problems witnessed during Sunday's match against Morocco, despite earlier warnings and 2.5 million shillings fine for similar lapses in the opening fixtures against the DRC on August 3rd. In a statement released on Monday evening, CAF detailed several breaches, including fans without tickets and those carrying government-issued paper tickets forcing their way through gates and breaking perimeter fences. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. This is indeed Radio Generation. 7 minutes past 8 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi and City Muga hapa kwa studio kama kawaida. We were having a conversation around this thing called Nini in the previous hour, e-Citizen. And I'm saying it's a monster that might really, for lack of a better word, itatuharibia hii country tusipoiangalia mapema. Lakini in this particular hour, we want to switch gears and talk about protests that we have experienced in this country. And of course, just if indeed we shall have any dialogue whatsoever. People are saying that it is important for us to have a dialogue, but there are those who are against that dialogue. And of course, in studio is none other than Professor Fred Ogola. He's a commissioner with PRJC. We are hoping Kasumwel will make it before we end the show. So Kasumwel, if you're hearing or listening, tafadhali chukua nduthi, toka kwa gari, chukua nduthi ndio ufike hapa mapema. Not Doctor, but Professor Fred, good morning and welcome to the station once again.
It's a pleasure to be at RG.
Yes,
and also to see my friend here, City Muga.
Yeah,
the conversation cannot be smaller than that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And I was just telling you when I met you at the reception there that every morning I quote some of the things that you've mentioned on this show.
Really?
Yes,
he does.
Yeah, and someone once asked me, kwani professor nakulipa? Nikamwambia hapana, sijamlipa. Ni venye actually find a lot of sense in some of the things you've said. But anyway,
just tell them
yes
that being a professor, people get cited.
Yes.
The more cited you are cited, the more you elevate your professorship. So being cited is a good thing.
It's a good thing.
Yes, especially if you are citing what can actually improve people's lives.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So let's get right into the conversation.
Yes.
From protest to dialogues, what is the end game? You've always been against dialogue.
Yes.
You're for the opinion of a transition government between now and election date in 2027.
Yeah.
Perhaps you can elaborate for those who might be hearing this for the very first time. What is the issue with the dialogue? We know that ODM leader Raila Odinga has always insisted that we need an intergenerational dialogue. He calls it conclave. Yesterday, Professor Lumumba here said conclave near the Pope. Let's focus on the word. which is dialogue.
Yeah.
You're against it. Why?
Actually, to add P.L. Lumumba's words, conclaves can only be done either by witches or by prince. Prince, those are the cardinals who elect the Pope.
Yes.
And it's a very secretive meeting. No one even tells you. Do you know who voted for Pope Leo?
I personally don't.
So if you don't even know who voted for him, do you even know which regions, whether it's Asia or US
Africa
or Europe, made him Pope? So how do we have the conclaves in Kenya where everything remains in secret? So the witches can meet at night and agree on what they are going to do against us. So we cannot accept a conclave. That is completely out of the way. But now let me tell you why I thought that we need to have national transitional government, even before we discuss about dialogue, is that you've had the following. The country shouting one term, half term. The country is in the mood that they don't want this government. But also, opinion poll shows that 86% of Kenyans have no faith in the current government. Then on the other side, someone says, like for example, Raila Odinga said in Homa Bay, that Ruto's 2027-2032 is non-negotiable. You see, that one is someone speaking who is even above God. You understand?
Okay.
Because who knows, even me, I don't know whether my tomorrow is negotiable. Because let me tell you what, if God makes a phone call to me, there's no missed call. Have you ever had someone whom God called and got a missed call? Normally the call goes through. Because even if you don't pick the call, you go. And then secondly, you've heard the other side have said non-negotiable. Secondly, they have said that I am going nowhere. You've heard the president saying I'm going nowhere.
Oh yeah.
I am not going to hand over power to people without agenda. You've heard those terms.
Yes, I have.
Then the last one, which is the most painful one, he said, if there's no Kenya for me, there's no Kenya for you. Of course, you can interpret by saying he's saying Kenya is for all of us, but that's what it means. People are saying you should go home. They're not telling him to die. They're saying you should go home. You should go to Sugoi and rest. When he said there's no Kenya for me, there's no Kenya for you, interpreted correctly, and I'm sure Siti Muga is a good interpreter because he has got literary skills.
Yeah.
That simply means if I'm not president, I would rather be a president and stand on your graves. Because if I'm not president, you are dead. You get my point?
Okay.
Now, how can you go to an election with this mood? Now, secondly, if you look at what they are saying we need to discuss, the Raila Odinga said they are going to come with a team that will work to implement the NADCO report, isn't it? So when they're implementing NADCO report, why are we doing dialogue and they're implementing it? One of the issues people had was the setting up of IBC.
Yeah.
They have already done it. So this dialogue is to achieve what? So this dialogue is about managing people. Then the last and the most unfortunate thing, when Honorable Raila Odinga, who is our father anyway, with all respect, went to a studio and said that the dialogue should start from grassroots. So I come from Mugenya.
Yes.
So dialogue should begin from Mugenya. Am I quarreling with my parents? What are we dialoguing with? The dialogue here, I go to start telling my villagers, let's have dialogue over what? Have I stolen their cows? The issue here is that there is lack of accountability at the topmost office called State House. You understand?
Professor, you're being sarcastic. Of course, you've not stolen anyone's cows in the grassroots.
Yeah.
But I think what he meant was tusikize watu kwa ground wanasemaje, so that now
washasema walisema kufa makanga kufa dereva. Those words didn't come from me, isn't it? Lakini makanga alikufa, dereva bado yuko, alafu akaleta makanga mwingine, sivyo? So those news are not for me. Go to the ground ishasema. Ground are saying they want something different. Shisho shoe is not working. Education sector is not working. Tell me one thing that Kenya Kwanza has delivered with absolute precision. The only thing I know the president has done so far, which I have to acknowledge, is to motivate Harambee Stars.
Okay.
Motivation he has given. Though that is not the way I'm looking at it, but he has motivated them.
Okay.
When someone when he sees a ball coming next to him, he sees 1 million shillings. It's not different. It does not look the same as when you see a ball coming next to you and you don't see 1 million shillings. So he has done that. But motivation is not enough. There must be infrastructure around football. There must be grassroots around it. So he can go further, do that if interested. But let me tell you what, with this conversation should not be had by these people because they will not deliver it. When you see somebody who can sign who can promise something and he has been given as the best lie in the world, let me tell you one thing. I was advising Americans the other day that Americans, they have CIA which has intelligence,
yes,
yet they sign a non-NATO ally agreement with the one who has been voted the best lie in the world. How do you expect him to keep it? I'm baffled. Would you go City Muga in your village and marry the lady who is known to the biggest lie in the village, and you are signing a marriage contract with that woman or that man? I'm fumbled. So for me, no matter what we discuss with these people, they can't deliver it. That's what I'm trying to say. If they get out, we get a transition government, eminent people who are not concerned about running election. You just come for these 2.5 years and put things into perspective. There are many things we cannot defer to 2027. When elections begin...
Prof, I have to ask you this question, because you've said it around 3 times.
Yeah.
The transition government and the people who you say would populate this position, where would we get them and what qualities are we looking for? And how or what guarantee will we have that they will not do what many political leaders do once they get to that position? What are these guarantees that we will have?
You see, one thing, once you know you are in government for 24 months.
Let's start with who first.
Yes.
What are the qualities that these people will have so that we know these people are people who, A, have a track record of getting things done, have a reasonable degree of morality, whatever the criteria is? How will we know? I'm not even asking how we will get them, because such people exist.
Yes, they do exist.
How will we know?
So let me tell you what, many things we know very easily. The only thing, we ignore them. There's a formula to these things. For example, what is the Kenyan problem at the moment? The main Kenyan problem are 2, but one causes the second one. One is economic. The second one is rule of law. The rest of the things don't worry about. So somebody with an economic background, you have them. Kenya was heading treasury, and I work with Kenya when I was advising Kibaki. He is a seasoned person, and he's right there. The problem we are having is that if you take Kenya to go advise Ruto, he won't listen to Kenya. He has got Mutahi Kagwe, who is now only doing TikTok because he cannot do anything. So the thing is that if we get people with qualification on track record of economics. Did you hear Professor Nguna talking after leaving the department? We used to fly with him to Mombasa whenever I used to go there. He told me, Professor, that is a place where you cannot say anything. The more competent you are, the more problematic you are to the government. The more unqualified, incompetent you are, the more you're attractive. Look at the qualified people, Asudi, Farouk Kibet, name them. Look at their education background. I'm not here to mention them because everybody knows their education background their own. So if we get people the track records, the economy, second, rule of law. But rule of law is a problem because of failure in economy. Imagine every year, I'm a professor and I'm actually a deputy vice chancellor in a university in Kenya. We graduate 1 million students every year to join jobless market. You hear a bucket called jobless market. Now, in 2022, we had 1 million. 2023, 1 million. 2024, 1 million. This year, 1 million will come, and next year, 1 million. Those are 5 million people. How many jobs are we creating every year? 0. Can you wait to 2027? No. Politicians want to push us as if it's a political problem so that we look for a political solution, and we have went to a ballot in 1997 to solve the political problem. We have never solved it. Yeah. But economic problem can actually solve a political problem. Let me tell you, if you and your wife are quarreling at home over sijui sukari limwagika, sijui wewe ulitumia chai vibaya, when you have money, you'll stop discussing about small things like that. You get me?
Yes.
We are trying to solve a small problem which is political. There is no political problem in Kenya. Ruto is the most qualified politician in Kenya. He's the longest serving active politician consecutively, more than anybody else. From 1997 to now, he has never been out of government. You understand? Raila is always out of government but as a proxy. So Raila cannot qualify to be the longest serving person. But the second person who is in government is Raila Odinga. Musalia Mudavadi also equally very long. But the point I'm trying to do here is that they are good in solving the political problem. Kibaki was the worst in solving a political problem, but he solved economic problem. And I tell Kenyans, we made a very big mistake, because Kibaki was solving economic problem, but poorly did not even know how to do political. Imagine, economy is going at double digit, and someone is almost failing to get a second term. Yeah. Am I wrong about that? Double digit growth in economy, and someone is struggling to win what? Second term. Now Ruto is growing the economy at 4.8%, then someone saying Kumi bila break. Let me tell you what, there will be emergency break in 2027. Emergency break. Wacha mambo ya.
What do you mean by that?
Emergency break. You might even find that before the first round, Ruto is already one term. So people can go for second round when he's out of the race. Like you have not qualified for finals for Chan. How do you play final if you didn't qualify for final? So what I'm trying to say here is, Bana, let me tell you lastly on this word. City Moga, tell me anybody who has been given 2 terms in this world. God has given everybody only 1 term. So why asking for 2 terms? Because I'm in this world. The day I leave this world, there is no way I'm coming back. So according to me, there is something God has heard, the cry for Kenyans. You cannot treat people the way you're treating people, then the God is dead. God is not dead. God is not absent in our life. God will make it happen. Because you cannot say the only reason why Ruto will have second term is because he's a thief and he can steal the election. How can we have such a democracy?
I'm trying to remember someone, their name and their face is kind of coming, but their name is disappearing. But someone suggested something similar to what you've just said. But they were suggesting it happens in 2027. So this person was suggesting that we elect a president in 2027 who will only go for 1 term up until 2032 na aondoke. The solution this person was offering was saying that this particular person becomes a transition leader from the kind of governance we're seeing to a better way of governing. So they come in, they do exactly what you're saying. They shouldn't seek a second term. Kazi yao tu ni clean up, take care of corrupt officials, take care of the economic situation, take care of the political situation. And once they achieve that in 2032, whether they have achieved it or not, in 2032 they do not seek re-election.
Are we thinking of changing our constitution? Because how will we anchor that? Even what the professor is saying, how do you anchor what you are suggesting in the constitution?
He will tell us.
The process of anchoring it is political. Are you telling me that the politicians will create
a separate rule?
No, a rule that actually threatens their existence and the positions they have.
So now Professor will elaborate on what he meant by that, but I was just echoing what you also
we have
saying.
a formula.
Yeah. So this person was saying huyu mwenye atakuja 2032 kazi yake tu ni ku clean up na ondoke.
That, my friend, is what you call magic thinking.
Yeah, the thing, once that person has gone through a political process, and became a president, you will not give them a limit because the constitution gives them a right to contest again.
True.
So that will require that. But for me, at the moment, let me tell you, my brother, if you are in hospital dying and SHA is not working for you, then I tell you, wait for 2027 ballot. Are you listening?
Of course not.
If you are hungry dying now, you know how cold it is. I've come from Mombasa. It's very cold. My fingers are very cold. I'm happy for the tea you've given me here. But some people are in the cold the whole night. Me, I've just left my house. Then after 15 minutes, I'm feeling cold. They're on cold now. You are telling them to wait for 2027. And I can tell you, as we wait for 2027, if William Ruto plus his people were administrators in your company, the way they are stealing from this government, you're still giving them 24 months. Do you know that in some companies they'll fire you immediately and you live with your hands handcuffed? Let me give an example. Safaricom has left people with handcuffed after money is stolen. They are left handcuffed, leaving Safaricom house. You understand?
Yes.
Why did they not give them 24 months to wait? So we are doing this because the money, the public funds, is not painful for anybody.
Actually, that is not true. The pain that the citizens of this country are feeling and the sense of helplessness is what needs to be explained, because the suffering is immense. The pain that is being felt is immense. It isn't something that you can trivialize. More and more businesses are closing. There isn't a robust circulation of money within the economy. The government is applying some nonsensical austerity measures which will not take us anywhere. It will only just deepen the problems that we have. So when we look at the situation that we have, and we are talking about a process that got us the leaders we have, and we think that that process will give us something different. How?
Actually, Setimuga, I'm not talking about the same process. There's what you call the law of necessity, which is what you're talking about. Doctrine of necessity. And Jesus explains in the Bible. Even Muhammad has explained it. Even Bahir Gita is written there in the Quran. Was the law made for man, or man was made for the law?
Law made for the man.
Law was made for the man. During NADCO, was NADCO legal? Which provision the Constitution gives us a process to do NADCO?
The Supreme Court said it was unconstitutional, period.
Yes, so then we go again, but it is happening. People met again and agreed.
Now there's a commission.
To implement, and there's a commission now to do it. So for you, say what you like. So that I'm trying to tell you, we are not going to wait for them to do evil.
Actually,
let's go again to National Accord. National Accord was also not constitutional.
By the way, Prof.
And somebody became a prime minister on a National Accord. Which constitution did it derive it from?
Prof, there's something here that is happening. What you say is true. The fact that changes are made and these meetings take place, they can be as unconstitutional as anything can be. But what it points me to is that somebody somewhere is actually listening.
Yeah.
Because all these things that we're lambasting are an attempt to do something. An attempt. We may not agree with what is being done, but an attempt is being made. It is like, here it is, we are presenting you with this, which should rectify the situation. And we're saying, no, we don't think that's going to rectify the situation. So something else comes up. Whether it is NADCO, whether it is BIDCO, whatever it is that is being formulated, the truth of the matter is that, contrary to what people say that this government doesn't listen, they do listen. It's just that what they keep coming up with is what I believe they think the citizenry require.
No, actually,
let me repeat it. It's what they think the citizenry require and what they think will give the impression that they're actually solving a problem. But the fact that it is, despite all these people are still saying, no, excuse me, this isn't quite solving the problem. Prof, where I'm going with this is this. Our focus has been on certain types of leaders that we must have. Every electoral cycle in this country, the hemorrhaging that is represented by the number of people who are dropped in positions of political leadership and the new ones brought in, tells us that we do look for people who we think can help us as a citizenry. The thing we do not do, we have not come up with a formula of holding these political leaders to account. We don't hold them accountable. The leeway that they have to do what they want, it is us who enable them. We are the enablers.
When you say formula, what do you mean? Because the Constitution gives us the opportunity to hold them to account.
Do we?
So let me say this, Setimuga.
Yes, we don't do it.
Let me say this with a lot of humility. Let me say that this government has a manual. You know how you have a manual for using your phone?
Yes.
And there are 3 manuals. One is the Constitution of Kenya 2010. The second manual are laws made in Parliament. The third manual are policies made in ministries. They are manuals. They even tell you if you want to buy a pen, how do you procure a pen? They tell you if you want to do a road, how do you do it? Like now, look at what they are doing now. The issue of State House. The president in State House does State House in a way that does not comply to the Constitution. And when we are calling him president, for me, he ceased to be president because he's violating the very law he should protect. Because he took two oaths, allegiance to the constitution and the people of Kenya, which he should be doing what Kenyans want. Secondly, due execution of office, which shows there is a way you need to execute that oath you have taken. And he's not doing it. So according to me, there's no guesswork. If the constitution needs to be changed, City Muga to give us power, talk about accountability, we need to change just Article 1 of the Constitution, where they say sovereign power belongs to the people and can be executed directly or indirectly, then put there a clause that the citizens can recall the president directly without passing through parliament. We are where we are here because of institutional failure. And the infiltration in the constitution of institutions are too many, even to debate. Let me tell you, do you know why UK is a stable country?
Why?
They are stable, but since Tony Blair was left being prime minister, they have had 9 prime ministers and they are stable. Do you know why? It's easy for the president to go home.
The prime minister?
For us, yes. For us, the president of Kenya looks like terminal illness, like cancer, that you can only manage, you cannot eliminate. Of course, cancer can be eliminated, but for him is even stronger than cancer. So we have been saying, just manage me until 2032. No, we can't. So according to me, there's a mechanism. Let me stop discussing about him. Let me tell you, I came up with an economic model called Solomonic Economics, which I think Siti Muga knows that.
I am familiar with it.
From that book, I have brought an economic ideology specific for Kenya called Evolve, where E is economic turnaround. What are the sectors of the economy which were working before and no longer working that needs to be turned around? It's documented. I've even put it public.
Okay.
If he wants to implement it, he can pick and implement. If he can't implement, he waits until I become president and implement it. Economic turnaround is tea, coffee, sugar, pyrethrum, textile, apparel. Those are not working. You know, a town called Muhoroni. Muhoroni, yes, is the most industrialized rural town in Kenya. Tell me any. It's dead because the sugar belt is gone. If you turn around there, how many jobs can you create and people can go back to work?
You know, I come from Muhoroni.
Now, that's why I need to be your president. Now, we come now to the yes, second one is E then V, value addition. We are exporting 80% of our products in raw materials. We are not waking up the sleeping giants of the economy. If we do that, we will be okay. The next one from E talk about O, optimize talent. How can we, instead of jailing these youths and abducting them and disappearing with them, tell them to solve for you SHA. If you give these young people 200 million shillings, like this is your salary for 1 month.
Yes.
You give them enough and tell them, develop for us a system for SHA. They'll do it. If with AI they can document what Parliament should do, just one person can come with a system to tell you how Parliament should be tracking their work. Then you arrest that person, Jerry's case, isn't it? With AI they can even create you in the grave. You understand? They can do anything. So why are you giving 104 billion shillings to somebody in India to do for you what Kenya can do? So sports, musics, arts, technology, invest in those things. These people get jobs because I've told you 1 million are leaving for jobless market every year.
Right.
The next one is L, leverage strategic partnership. Now, why that's important is, yesterday in the front page of the Business Daily, they said how brokers are doing business on behalf of government. The problem now we are having is that instead of government doing the work, government picks brokers to become middlemen to increase the cost of the final goods. Like the final Panadol is expensive because somebody must eat 2 shillings from you. And if there are 1 billion Panadols, you can imagine how rich they are. If they are taking 2 shillings from you per Panadol, and there are 1 billion Panadols, they become billionaires. Then you see them living life well, you think you're poor. We need to stop that. We need to stop that. And let's allow me to finish here.
No, please do.
Because what is important here is that these middlemen who are selected to become billionaires are making very difficult for government to be lean. So in our proposal in the Evolve, we should run a lean, clean, transparent government, because the president stopped having an office in Harambee House to stay in State House, which has 3 gates. There's gate A, there's gate B, and there's gate C.
Right.
Now on gate C, you go, if you have 1 million now, if you give me, I'll take you to State House by tomorrow.
Okay.
You understand? Gate B, if you know somebody who can hold their skirt or trouser, you go. Gate A is the official gate. It can take 6 months, 1 year. So we need a lean, clean government which is transparent. Then now we go now to V.
Right.
Vulnerability management. The people who are vulnerable, the youth, the women, name them. Even some areas in Kenya are vulnerable, like where there are wars and the rest. We need to sort out that one. The last one, I'm talking about environmental stewardship, where the blue economy comes from. This thing implemented is being done in Rwanda. That's why I'm consulting for Rwanda, isn't it?
Right.
It's being done in Ethiopia. It's being done elsewhere. Now, the solutions are there, they are known, but there's no goodwill to do it. So according to me, if these people can't do it, and those not if, they can't do it, because if you look, my brother, the president's maiden flagship signature one was Hustler Fund. It's dead. It's dead because the repayment rate is default rate is too high. We have lost 35 billion shillings to the wind, and if he cannot implement his maiden project,
right,
what else can he do? Nothing.
All right. Interesting perspective as far as that is concerned. Let me just read a few comments here from Kenyans who are watching. Kuna Hussein Kelvin, a very good morning to you. There's Njoki Ndwiga Habari, Njuki Mungai, a very good morning. Muhammad Murunga. Then we do have Azaria Eunice Kioko watching all the way from Machakos. Ameuliza kwani mbona tupatie prezo hardship allowance? That was from a previous hour. Marion Mbogwa, a very good morning to yourself. And then sorry, there's Kiki Onyonka pia amesema good morning. Thank you so much for tuning in. Now we do have our guest, our second guest in studio, and that is none other than Makore. Bro, I thought tulisema utumiange nduthi, it will get you here faster.
Forgive me, this is one of those, I just have to make a public apology. I had a hospital run in the night and I overslept.
Yeah.
Yes. That's what happened.
Okay.
It's not too deep.
This is the last time we are forgiving you. Next time unanunulia chai kila mtu hapa.
Hata bila forgiveness chai tunaweza.
Na tunakunywanga very expensive tea, But anyways, nonetheless, you have made it.
Yes.
Welcome. You just found Professor talking about the fact that we need a transition government because the current regime is imetukalia sana. But I remember the last time you were here, you were advocating for dialogue.
Yes.
Because your party leader Raila Amolo Odinga did say that we need an intergenerational conclave so that we can stop protests. We can just focus on, first of all, silencing the chaos and having a more constructive engagement. Perhaps you can help us support that. Rather, you can have the opportunity to support that argument, because he's for the idea, look, we are not having any dialogues. We've had NADCO, we've had TJRC, we've had the Ndungu report and many other reports. Nothing has been done on them. So maybe perhaps you can let us know what new thing is going to happen if we do decide to have a dialogue.
I think these are not opposing conversations. In the ideal world, we should have a transitional government.
Right.
It's what I said in the streets last year, is what I totally believed that would have taken Kenya forward. But now I'm in a political party. The political temperature of the country has shifted.
Right.
And I'm listening to the people. I think that's what I've seen, because at the height of our protests, that is what we proposed. That is what the Nane protests were about. The protests that were happening on the 8th of August were specifically, these were the issues. Nane kabla ya saa nane was basically saying we will clean out this government and everybody has to go home, and then we will have a transitional government.
Yeah.
This was when we had the whole nation's attention. And so now I'm looking at it, and while it still sounds ideal, my question is, I cannot impose my beliefs upon the people. We have to trust the people to be their own liberators. We would have had support. I I hit the peak of my fame on 8th of August.
Right.
Not because of what I said, not because of what it's because people saw me jumping into a media house building.
Yeah. I saw that picture and I was like, this guy needs to run for Kenya.
You see that?
Yeah.
That is the thing that made me famous. It was not the things I was saying. That is what said, this one has a lot of promise as a Gen Z. When a state is attempting at my life, that is when that was one, funny to the people. Two, it was the moment that now people say, this one now he has promise. So if that is what I was saying at the peak when we had the nation's attention, and I got really bashed, by the way. People really told me these are stupid ideas, and now I'm just listening to the people and saying, after all that has happened, and by the way, Prof is a man I respect because when he still used to lecture at Strathmore, he came and gave a lecture. There's a friend of his who used to be one of my lecturers. So he lectured me when I was in 3rd year. And so for me, the relationship I have with Prof is one of deep respect, because I have seen and he has been consistent in the things that he has been saying. But now personally, I'm looking at it as I cannot impose my will upon the Kenyans. If I were to have it my way in an ideal sense, that's what would have happened. But be it as it may, it has gotten to the point where, and as we always say, we cannot fool all the people all the time. Why is it that why are the people leaving this work to Prof? Yes, because it is him who has suffered the brunt of bad governance when he's had a case that I see people mocking him for. When he has been fighting for institutional reforms, he has refused to settle and do all those kinds of things. I'm also just saying, I will work with Kenyans at this pace because I cannot think of myself as wiser than the nation. Yeah. So this dialogue, for me, what it does is it allows us to sit down in this broken system,
right,
until we can find the critical mass again for the people to reform the entire thing. All I'm saying is, I would rather sit down and have this dialogue, as flawed as the process might be, than see more people die in the streets.
Right.
Kasbal, you've actually introduced a new brand of politics.
In what way?
You are a philosophical politician, because you waxed very eloquently on the thinking and philosophy of theories of how it is that one should position themselves.
If you just call them theories.
I call them theories because they are theories.
City is just telling me
Yes, he's done well. I myself was taken up by the poetry, just listening to this idyllic situation that he's talking about. In theory, it works. In practice, in the Kenyan context, my friend, there is this simple question. Does any politician wannabe really understand what the Kenyan public wants? Do they actually know? So that when you give it to them, they will tell you, yes, this is what we wanted. Do they know?
Yes.
Really, what is it that they want?
But you know, the things that Kenyans want are rather obvious. They just want.
I want you to tell me these obvious things.
Reforms in education. They want a good education. They want nutrition and food security. They want an end to corruption. I'll give you top 4. And I said education and employment.
And how do we realize these things?
You know, it is not difficult. That's why I'm saying these things do not exist in a vacuum.
I agree with you.
Policy-wise, these things should have been realized.
Yes. But they haven't been realized.
They have not been realized.
Precisely.
Despite the fact that we have a live constitution, and we have good politicians. Now, you need to understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying that
I've understood you perfectly.
And we have good politicians.
Yes, we do, whom we elected.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
Are they not the same people who are supposed to give us these things that we know we want?
They are.
Okay, so now, if we know what we want, why do we elect people who, by experience, by what we've seen, will not give you what you want? And we keep electing them, and then we say we know what we want. Don't you see the contradiction there?
I don't think there's a contradiction. The contradiction maybe arises from the point at which we have the discussion. And I've been following, and Prof has really held his fort quite well. And you guys, I think this is a productive conversation. But if we're talking about jobs, ideally governments world over don't create jobs. And we know this to be true. The whole idea of a government has only maybe 800 jobs, and the replacement
if the
upon
discussion about government performance
is
going to begin with government creating situations, opportunities, that particular ship sailed.
Yes.
The problems that Kenyans have are not problems in secret. They're in the public domain.
Right.
What solves these problems is money, usually.
Yes.
When you have a situation where this money and its availability lessens within an economy, how on God's earth do you think you're going to be solving even the smallest of problems?
No, you won't.
Exactly.
You won't, but...
No. Let me come in. First of all, thank you very much, Kasmel, for coming. And I'm sure the last day we were very close. It's the last day I was arrested.
Yeah.
And you are coming to we are fighting for Mary Liz, I remember, at Central. We have paid a heavy price for where we are at the moment. I've been arrested and been in the cell over 12 times. Sometimes we have paid even heavy prices that no one knows, but now I can say. Like, see, that day I was at Central when my wife came to bring me food and she could not be allowed to give me food. She came the next day trying for my release and I could not. So then they came later and told me, Fred, we have talked with the OCS. We pay him your cash bill, then you leave. But I was in the cell with 200 people, many other people. So I said, I cannot leave alone if these boys don't leave. Because we are agreed as a movement that the leaders leave last. So then what's happening? But that day my wife packed and went to Voi. And she was away for 6 months, said she cannot be marrying somebody in a cell through and out. I went to Voi and knelt several times to get her back. But people don't know that that's not public domain. But now it is now. That is the truth of the matter. We have paid heavy price. Even Kasmel, you paid heavy price. The only thing you cannot pay heavy price, then you cut it short. And I want to tell you, my brother, consistency beats intensity any day. And that's why I remain consistent. I don't want intensity. You did something with a lot of intensity, then you left it. Then without intensity, without consistency, intensity is useless. You get my point? You can win first half of the match, even score 6-0. Then the next half you play badly and you are given 8-6. You lost the match anyway. So I ask people who still believe in progressive movement to insist on that. Now, what you've said, there is no government in the world that creates jobs, that's untrue. And if you believe that, then you should ask the Kenya Kwanza, where Raila Odinga is, and that's your party leader, is signing agreement with countries abroad to take Kenyans to those countries. How can a government of Germany sign agreement with Kenya to take jobs to Germany if Germany cannot create jobs? Because that's a fallacy. I'm trying to say it's correct that these things have been in the public, that the government of Kenya said we have signed an agreement to take 500,000 young people abroad with another government, government to government, G to G. And then if you believe that governments cannot create jobs, why did they sign those agreements?
But now, let me just a little maybe on that. That's not what I meant. The role of government is to enable good conducive environments for entrepreneurs to create. Because if a government, like in that case that Prof has put out, what it's doing is just transfer of jobs. Like if a government says that it wants to, a politician, let's say the president says he wants to invest in an infrastructure project like affordable housing or this dueling of the Rironi Mau Summit Highway, and then they say it will create jobs. If you think about it critically in the economic environment, what it has done is it's just transfer of jobs. So if it was going to cost the taxpayer 100 billion, this is 100 billion people who've been taken to Mjengo. It's just a transfer. That's what I'm saying, that instead of focusing on saying we want to build this big economic project, what it's supposed to do, because the thing that makes people not create jobs is there's a lot of red taping, there's a lot of bureaucracy that you look at it and you say, no, I would rather go and work in Rwanda. Why is Prof consulting for a foreign government? Is because it's easier. There's less red taping there. This expertise for
no, it's not red taping.
Yes,
Kasmuel.
Yes.
Fred Ogola was fired by the president for having said the truth. The economy cannot work. So how can I work in Kenya? I can't. So even you, like now, these young people being charged with terrorism, how will they ever work in Kenya? So the issue is not just about creating; they're actually killing jobs. And I want to say that if you look at even saying the government does not create jobs, affordable housing, the bottom-up economic model that the fact that ODM and UDA are in agreement to work together, it is about government creating jobs for the people. And I said that is the wrong thinking. And let me explain properly here.
Yeah.
The thinking of the Kenya Kwanza government when they came with the better bottom-up economic transformation agenda was affirmative action economic theology, thinking that it's like you are a father at home, a child cries, is hungry, you give them a mandazi. Someone cries, you give them samosa. Someone cries, give them a sausage. But instead of guaranteeing food security at home where there is breakfast, there is lunch, there is dinner, for you throw money where there's a problem. Now, State House, 1 billion spent in 1 day in affirmative action. As structural economists, we should do what you're trying to say, creating an environment should say there is free primary education. Now, someone can now start supplying pencil. Yes. Someone can supply a book and earn for themselves. When I was Kibaki's economic advisor, I was also working with the Housing Finance Bank. My colleagues left the bank saying there is business booming. I cannot be employed. You get me? Who has quit their jobs today because the economy is booming because of Kenya Kwanza? They can't. So the government now is doing both. Instead of creating jobs for people and also creating an environment for people to get jobs, they are killing the opportunity to create jobs, but also not giving those jobs. Because if you say that affordable housing giving people jobs, do you know any neighbor of yours, a relative, a friend, or even someone in your WhatsApp group who confirms they are now working in affordable housing? I don't know. I only know people sending me, Professor, here my CV. You know, I heard you are working in Uzima University. Give me a CV here. I saw you going to Rwanda. Please, can you take me there? That's what I'm hearing. But I'm not hearing people getting these jobs. So the economic thinking of these people is not working. And I want to tell Kasmel to tell me now that he left the issue of transition government right now. Nane were with you, my brother. By the way, I just don't respect you. I also love you as a brother.
Yeah.
But as a brother, I also had to advise you. And I think we met one day and we had our chat somewhere. And I told you, consistency beats everything. And if you join here, tell me what is the economic ideology of ODM that can transform Kenya. Right. Tell me that economic ideology of Kenya Kwanza that now you guys are working with that can transform Kenya. So tell a woman, a mother, a brother listening to us, why they should wait for you until 2027 as we dialogue. How that dialogue will solve these current problems. If you don't have that answer, please join me.
I think
let's do transition government.
I can answer that question, but also one, I would love to maybe rebut what you've just said, because even as you've waxed lyrical about Kibaki's government, the contexts are very different, because I was alive at that time. Kibaki does all these things that people talk about in terms of the economy doing double digits in comparison to the double decimals that you would say are happening now. But
double decimals,
yes,
yeah,
but
don't do it.
Yes, no. In this particular context,
right,
he fails to get a second term. The thing that I feel like you're glossing over is that there were grave human rights violations in Kibaki's government, so bad that a man who gave people that money which we speak of could not get a second term in terms of re-election. So sometimes when we jump through the arguments conveniently, saying when we look at Kibaki now we just want to look at this thing and we want to look at, if I were to say, I really don't like to do this because I am not paid to do it. I'm supposed to be speaking about youth league people. For whatever reason, this is the first president who sat down and said anything to do with compensation of protests. ODM's position right now, Fred, if we are to be honest, there is no economic ideology that can be brought into a government halfway through its term.
Wait, who says that?
I do. That's the case I'm making right now.
But
you elected. No,
we get a team of experts.
Let me explain. You must allow me to learn that there is a government that Kenyans were given two options. We said kuna hii azimio la vijana, azimio la masomo, azimio la wamama, and then we gave you this. Then someone gave you a bottom-up economic transfer. Then you said, we want this bottom-up one. Then now, in the middle, during the time of a crisis, I go to the streets, you come to the streets, and we do this thing and we upset. remember, it is not we who had these ninis who joined the government. The pact is signed between ODM and UDA. We do not see UDA relinquishing influential power to ODM in such a way that ODM can transform.
Kasmuel,
yes.
You have experienced change in mid-sentence, mid-activity. When you had that beautiful protest that you people had, which essentially was a party.
Yes.
Quiet, peaceful, wonderful. When your life was in danger, you took flight. That's changing.
Yes.
That was not your plan.
Yes.
But when you saw danger coming, you realized, my friend, I'd better look for safety. If you have a policy and you thought it would work and it isn't working, what stops you mid-sentence or mid-term to say, guys, this thing isn't working the way I thought?
Right.
What stops you? Because if you want to be honest with your citizens, you say, guys, this is what we thought.
But Muga, before he replies, what you could have done, Caswell, instead of telling us we should go for dialogue, you should come with that ideology and tell Ruto, we will work with you in condition that you either do this or give us something better.
And Prof, I'll tackle both. CT, the question you've asked is more suitable for the sitting president, and I'll mirror it back to you. Then that if you see that this is problematic and it's not working, I should be able to face the people. Then it means that the person who's at the top is not seeing that his plan is not working. So how can they experience change mid-sentence?
He does.
In what way?
ODM would not be where they are right now. He saw that was his solution to the problem, because there is a problem. These handshakes in Kenya arise when there's a problem, a patent one, and there's an imminent threat to the position of that sitting government, or it is perceived to be.
Yes.
So it's not that they don't see, they do see. The discussion is here about the mode of solutions that is sought. And you're asking, does it really solve the problem, or is it band-aid? See, that is it.
Okay.
And by the way, Caswell, allow me, there's something you've said that has made me even shiver. And I don't want to leave here. Wacha niseme nitoke. You've said that this is the first president who has declared they are going to compensate people. Caswell, this is what is my biggest pain. The president's duty is to use the resources given to him, which is taxpayers' money, the natural resources, and the human resource in Kenya, to create opportunities for the young people he is killing. His work is not to take our money, kill people with the money, bury them with the money, Kenyan money, because the money he gives for burials. Government declares we shall take care of that burial because I've killed you, I'll take care of that burial. Then secondly, compensate your mother. How does my mother feel if you take my money, because the Kenyan taxpayers' money is being used to kill me with DCI and all those people? After you kill like Ojwang, compensate him, compensate their mothers, then now we are compensating you with Kenya's money. Who killed Ojwang, that person should compensate Ojwang. Who killed Kariuki? Who killed Julia Njoki? Who killed Bridget? And then the state funds are being used to compensate them. Then you create a job for Professor Kamau Mutua, who, as we speak, has started earning. No Kenyan has been given money for now, but he's in office now, earning money, enjoy government trappings of power, that he is going to compensate people. My brother, this is a scam. Such things should not be given a minute.
Compensating people from, was it 2018 or 2017 protests? But I'm sure you will have a chance to respond to that. I'd like you to finish the second part of the question. I think it was both CT and Prof that had asked you. Was it about, what was it about? Because you've
about systemic change, and the president not seeing the problem, and
my view is
he sees it's just that he threw us, and he actually gave a solution. It's just that it was not good enough. So CT asks, why do I think this mode is going to solve over these other ones, and also maybe just to handle Prof's question. I think Prof, and this is what I think could be the problem with the leftist movement, is that we will wax lyrical towards each other. We can say the things that are going to trend, and I know them, and we can have all these talking points, but eventually you are not part of you're not part of administrative problems, so you will not, I cannot come to you with that. And even however hard you talk towards me and you tell me this, the best it can do is it will get likes. Because I have no mandate, I have no stakes in this particular government, and now all I am doing is answering, what we are trying to do is answer this question that is being posed, that why this particular method? Prof, you and I have been in these streets together, faced the brunt of brutality. I have seen you arrested, I have seen your clothes torn just for distributing posters. I have seen your car vandalized. I have seen you sleep in that car, to the point where your family has gone through whatever it has gone through. But you know what, Prof? Both of us are still alive. We were the same ones in the spaces last year, and this is an equivalent of a space. This incessant taking people to the streets, and we never account for it. Prof, it cannot be that we will only be the leaders of this revolution when we come to the media stations. But then when people die, we do not say that we are the ones who sent them there. I think that is the thing that I am opposed to. I am saying that our movement must be life-affirming. It cannot be that we, the popular faces, we have still remained alive. I will tell you, everyone we were on the front lines with has not suffered harm from this government. Yet we talk and we castigate it the most. But it is the children of the working poor who we sell these ideas to. And we tell them, Maandamano now, Occupy State House now. Those are the ones that keep dying, Prof. And when it's time to take accountability, we say it is Ruto's government that has killed them, which I do not oppose. Let me just have a conversation. Let me land. I promise it is.
And you want us to do the news?
Yes, it is an answer. Just 30 seconds.
Okay, please do.
We will not progress and take this country forward, because what is the difference between us and the political class that we keep saying? Because even they do not take accountability. The same things you are accusing other politicians of doing are the same things we can be accused of doing. That when it is time for us to come to the stations, we never bring the comrades who go to the streets. It is we who are called here. This dialogue that I am saying is, it will allow everyone to sit down, because at Radio Generation might not have the numbers of the people down there in the streets in Mukuru and Kwaruben who come with us, who fight and say usipige huyu risasi. But a dialogue takes this. For me, this is not even band-aid. This is, we are cleansing the wound. I'm saying that we've not even started the surgery.
Can you hold that thought?
Yes, I will.
Don't lose it.
Okay.
Hold it.
Okay.
Let's listen to the news. When we come back,
yes,
you can expound on it.
All right.
All right. Winnie Maganga with the news.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya's internet use is rising steadily, led mainly by young adults in urban areas, but large disparities remain across counties and economic sectors. The latest data from the Communications Authority of Kenya and the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics shows that while 35% of the national population now use the internet, access varies widely by age, location, and occupation. The report reveals that young people aged 25 to 35, often called Zennials, have the highest internet usage rate at 59.3%. This group benefits from a stronger financial position and the need to use digital tools for work. The government's e-citizen platform, designed to streamline access to public service through digital payments, is under scrutiny for poor transparency and exclusion of citizens from the decision-making process. Human rights activist Dr. Magare Gikenyi has spoken out against how the platform was introduced, saying the rollout ignored constitutional requirements for involving the public. Gikenyi noted that the problem lies not with the platform's concept, but with how it was implemented. These concerns raised by Gikenyi align with findings from Auditor General Nancy Gathungu's March 2025 audit report, which revealed over 9.6 billion Kenya shillings in questionable transaction within the e-citizen system.
Very well. The idea is a good idea. And essentially says that we can pay, we can have these services better on the tap of a button. It's not a bad idea. The idea itself is not a bad idea. But the challenge we have is the method. You realize that they just, what I can call the treasury honks, just sat there in a treasury building, brought up an idea, then among themselves they just ensured the system essentially favors them.
Right.
That's what we are against them, against the idea.
The High Court in Mombasa has adjourned the murder trial of controversial preacher Paul Nthenge Mackenzie and 28 co-accused. This is after the prosecution informed the court of the discovery of fresh evidence. More than 400 people died in one of the worst cult-related tragedies in the country. Mackenzie allegedly ordered his followers to starve themselves and their children to death, claiming that this will ensure that they will go to heaven before the end of the world. The judge adjourned the hearing to Wednesday, when the prosecution is expected to present 4 witnesses to testify.
Ultimately, my duty is to ensure that the bad people are put in prison, the good people are acquitted. You might just find that among them, or even all of them, are innocent, because that's what the law says, isn't it? I don't think we've done well. We have not, us, myself, the DPP, the Defense Council is okay. We are the ones who are supposed to ensure that this case is heard and finalized within time.
A Kenyan man and 3 other foreign nationals have been charged in the United States of an alleged scheme to supply advanced military weapons to one of Mexico's most dangerous drug cartels. The indictment accuses the group of plotting to arm the Cartel de Jalisco Nueva Generacion with high-powered firearms and explosives. Court filings name the suspect as Elisha Odhiambo Asumo of Kenya, Ugandans Michael Katungi and Peter Dimitrov, and Tanzanian Subiro Omsud Mwapinga. The weapons listed in the alleged plot include machine guns, rocket launchers, grenades, sniper rifles, night vision gear, anti-personnel mines, and anti-craft systems. A U.S. judge has ruled grand jury materials in Ghislaine Maxwell's sex trafficking case will remain sealed, saying that the making them public will not reveal new information of any consequence. The Justice Department had asked Judge Paul Engelmeyer to unseal the documents in an effort to assuage anger among President Donald Trump's supporters over the decision not to release all federal files on Maxwell's associate deceased sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Maxwell, currently serving a 20-year prison sentence for crimes tied to Epstein, opposed unsealing the materials. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
There's an artist called Nelly who said it's getting hot in here, and indeed it is getting hot inside Radio Generation. Yani ninawacha hapa, tumeenda break, nadhani mtatulia mkunywe chai bado mna. Anyway, welcome back to the conversation, gentlemen. Sitting you guys in studio, where we also have Professor Fredo Gola, and we also have Kasmuel Makore. He's a youth leader at ODM, and I think Siti Muga had told you to hold on to a certain thought so that you can come and now tell it to us clearly.
Right.
So I have several questions. So to maliza your thought so that we can get to the second part of the conversation.
Yeah. And basically, I was just floating the idea that we must find sustainable solutions for whatever it is that is happening. And I was saying that a dialogue does not necessarily fix the systemic problems, but it allows us to sit down and diffuse the emotion out of it so that we can see the wound clearly. It's like looking for something in murky waters. That's what my perspective of that national dialogue is. Because I agree that we need revolutionary change in our country. I agree that there are things that are so deeply troubling and they've gone awry. But I also think that these things can be done with all of us alive. So what I am saying is, I said that at some point we were only speaking as a youth, but then the political class wished, they said, no, these are just youth, we can wish them away. But then a year later, it has been sustained in a way that even after throwing bones at us, even after saying that we can give you the head of the deputy president, that was inconsequential to the youth movement, because people try to make it look like now it is our Munyoro problem. Because, the political class, they need to identify a problem, and that's what we must learn from them. That they know how to, they will find a problem and name it and start fighting it. So you will not hear them talking about Gen Z anymore. They try to make it look like Gen Z is over and now say it is that one Munyoro. That's why I think he's being given a lot of is given a lot of leash to say whatever I can say, so that they can identify a problem. But for us in our movement, the thing which I keep on saying is, if you have the right to be alive, Prof, if you have the right to life, the people down there who are shot by the police, who do not come from these uptown sides, also have the right to be alive. The option I will take in any day is the option that gives both me and that person the right to live. Because on the one hand, we cannot say that, Prof, that we want revolution now, and we want the government to take accountability for shooting the people. But then when we say occupy tomorrow, when we are asked, so who led? We say that we are leaderless. But we are the we are not leaderless, yes. So let me just finish, and then I'll give it. Sorry to take the time, but we have to sit down and say that if you are going to stay alive while doing all these other campaigns, everybody must stay alive. A dialogue process allows all of us to do this in a conclave where I know here we will not be shot, because how can you shoot us in the room where all of us are? We can just diagnose the problem. For me, the whole point of the dialogue is for
diagnosis.
Even diagnosis might be too far. We just sit down and breathe first. We diffuse the temperature, and then now we can sit and bring in these revolutionary changes. But as long as it's taking people to the streets and us we're not dying, that one I don't agree with.
I'm inclined to agree with some of the things that he's saying. For example, the whole idea of, can we just at the very least tuache kuwa watu kwa barabara, at the very least.
You see, I want to tell you that why we can talk with Kasmuel until tomorrow is that we were in a team. We met severally. Taj Towers, we met severally. We used to discuss what we were going to do. We used to plan. In fact, the day I was being arrested, we had just had a 2 hours meeting at Chester House. Then now we are just walking on the street. Then again we get arrested. So I can tell you, we had an agreement after the arrest that enough is enough. And we had agreed that, actually, Kasmuel, the one who made the statement, let's go to social media and sing the choir there. But they didn't know what we meant by singing choir. Is when the social media activism came, putting Ruto in the coffin, putting Raila in the coffin, putting Museveni. Anybody who was a problem to us was always in the coffin, dead. Because for us, they were dead. In fact, for Kasmuel, Ruto was dead. I don't know why Ruto resurrected in his life again, but he has to tell us how those people resurrected. So these guys were literally dead in our head. We agreed with Kasmuel that parliament no longer exists. Because after breaking in there on 25th of June 2024, there is no parliament. For us, we are seeing that now we just want Ruto to go home right now. But what happened? They started plucking people from social media. Billy Mwangi, Gotu Kavuli, name those people, Peter Muteti, name those people around. They started plucking them just by using their phone. Ojwang died because of posting. And this continues to lead. Njeri was arrested because of just creating an online thing. So what else can you do in this government and be safe? Somebody is watching TV, eating popcorn, a bullet on their head, they are dead. So even if we sit at home, they have not yet stopped killing. They are still killing people. They are still abducting people. There are people who have disappeared who people don't know where they are. The Kintengela 4 are not there at the moment. And this thing continues. So let me tell you what movie. Even if we went quiet, there's nothing actually going on. On Sabasaba Day, how many people in CBD? Almost zero, isn't it?
Yes.
How many people died? 37. How did they die? Let them tell us, isn't it? So going to the street does not happen. But there's another death we are ignoring. How many people are dying because there is no medicine? How many people are dying just because they cannot afford food? And those numbers are higher than the numbers they are counting about bullet. If I'm wrong, go to Mkudi Kwanjenga today and do statistics. Those who just died today because they have been there for around 4 days without food. The people who have died because of medicine, and the same government are already going to throw away medicine worth 2.4 billion shillings to throw away because that they could not distribute them to healthcare facilities. Are you saying the insensitiveness we are talking about? So according to me, you are dead anyway. And I told Casmel, for me, I died long time ago, Mbuvi. I grew up in a village in Ugenya, the poorest family. My father was a catechist. He earned 1,500 bob. I never went to beg government. I pursued education. At the moment, I have 5 undergraduate degrees, I have 2 master degrees, I have a PhD, I have 16 World Bank certifications, and I cannot work in my country. Am I alive? I'm dead. I'm just walking a dead body. And not just me. Many people in these streets are walking dead. Just go on Gong Road now where we are near. You see someone crossing the road like a dog, meaning that akona hostel bill kwa kichwa, school fees kwa kichwa, mortuary bill kwa kichwa, mtoto anamsumbua mpaka anavuka barabara ni kama yeye ni umbwa. Sio ati amekuwa umbwa. That person is dead walking. I can tell you 19 million Kenyans are on CRB as I speak. You get me?
Yeah.
Around 20 billion Kenyans are having negative because of Fuliza. You get me? So those are the people you are telling us that we are waiting for 2027 and we need dialogue. Which dialogue do you need? With the dialogue come with the economic formula to solve the problem. With dialogue tell Ruto to stop killing people. If he has said I have stopped and they are still happening, what are we dialoguing about? And I want to say with a lot of respect here again to my brother Kasmuel, this current government has never made any single genius decision. The team in government are extremely incompetent, grossly corrupt, grossly incompetent. Go to healthcare. See how the problems are. Dr. Gikenyi was here this morning complaining.
Yeah.
We even have whereby people go to strangle people in hospital to kill them when they are in a ward. Are they on the street? They are being strangled in a ward and they are dying in Kenyatta. How does that happen? So what are we discussing about the street? Kenya is dangerous everywhere, not even in the street. So it just depends where you're going to die. You'll die anyway.
Right.
So my point is, we cannot be postponing this thing and just talking nicely and saying, oh, sijui Raila Odinga, William Ruto. These people have been in government forever. They have no clue how to run this economy, and the Kenyan problem is economic. It is not political. Look at foreign policy. Some Boniface Mwangi gets arrested in Tanzania, gets mistreated. Then you say, I cannot stand on the way of diplomatic relationship between Kenya and Tanzania. The Kenyan foreign policy based on 3 things: peace, number 1; 2, prosperity; number 3, global competitiveness. When you are seeing a Kenyan being mistreated in Tanzania, do you know Rwanda is a small country? You cannot touch a Rwandese. Let Kenya try, you see. A small country punching above his weight. Kenya, a economic hub of the region, you get a Kenyan being mistreated, they'll come after you. For me, the Kenyan citizens comes first. Economically, I can tell you. In my foreign policy, when I'm running for head of state of Kenya, when I'll announce, I've not told you, but me, I'm still discussing about what I want to do for Kenyans. I say we need to put Kenya first. I give you numbers.
So Kenya Kwanza.
The government of Kenya, where this guy falls, my Kenya Kwanza is not your Kenya Kwanza. I know, my brother. So look here, the Kenyan government, all public vehicles they buy is 1,850 vehicles running the government. Those are TXS, isn't it? I'll tell you, just servicing those vehicles only, they take to Toyota Kenya, one after 9,000 kilometers is 300,000 shillings to service. You get me? What are the services they're doing for a brand new engine, or just changing oil and water, which I can change at the petrol station, which will charge only 9,000. Let me say
they don't even charge that one.
Actually, it is 2,500. Then they take them to Toyota Kenya for service. Yet, if you walk Gong Road, how many garages are there belonging to Kenyans that those garages cannot be able to add oil and water? And these people can change a full engine, can bring an engine down, remove parts and put together. and you give a Japanese company to service vehicles. Do you know how much it cost? 6.1 billion a year to service in Toyota Kenya. That money goes to Japan. Then the president goes to Japan to beg money from Japan and take loan and then come back and pay. We take our money, give Japanese, take it back and pay them with interest. How foolish are we? Put Kenya first. Now rice is being imported from Japan. Farmers in Moya Tabere here are here. Right here they are harvesting until December, isn't it?
Right.
You go to Ahero. They are harvesting, but we are importing them from Japan because they want to make deals. So broad-based government is broadly based because even some cronies are being brought in government to do tenders on wheels. I hope, Kasmel, you won't do those deals. I hope you won't be a broker importing, I don't know, things from China on behalf of ODM to do these things. Because that's what is happening, my brother. These people have no any sense of heart. It makes me feel so bad that there's enough to make everybody actually survive, but some people are too greedy that nobody actually can survive in this country. And lastly, my pain. I'm a professional. The professional voice in Kenya is never listened to. When an economist says something right, he becomes a politician or called an activist. Have you not seen Gikenyi being called an activist? So which course did you call for activism? He's a surgeon, isn't it?
Yeah.
People don't say a surgeon has spoken about healthcare. They say an activist. Like you, Kasmuel. Are you an activist?
No.
Which course did you do in activism?
No.
Me, I'm a professor. Now they call me an activist. In the US, Harvard used to criticize the government of US. That's why they created the School of Government, Harvard School of Government, where professors could tell you economically you are wrong on this. Go and check. When Kamala Harris came with her manifesto, Trump came with manifesto, they scored Trump's manifesto better than Kamala Harris. Based on numbers, they like her, but they still said, we love you, but please. Ukweli wa mambo ni hivi. Sivyo? Now, for us here, we come with manifesto for ODM. Can you take the manifesto of ODM in the School of Government for analysis? If you do, say, when I was opposing Kenya Kwanza government bottom-up economic model, I said I was campaigning for Raila. They didn't know that I was just an economist. Now, am I with Raila? No, I was not with Raila. I was with the truth. And that professional dissent is not allowed. Youth have something they have to say. Their dissent is treated as abductions and killing. So for me, the biggest thing is that how do you go for dialogue with someone who is holding a gun and telling you sit down with dialogue? So, Kasmuel, this year is arresting people, isn't it? ODP only charges the people he wants to charge, isn't it? And we're having dialogue over what? We shouldn't.
Yeah.
Are you saying that you've ruled out the prospects of dialogue completely?
There is nothing it will produce, but you can go and do it.
No. That's not what I asked. I asked, have you ruled out just the simple subject of dialogue completely?
Yeah, because what will happen, I know how this goes. They'll go to Parliament and do you terms of reference. You only follow that. Remember even Raila when they're doing the NADCO, he was told, toa hiyo mambo ya unga hapo, that's our work. Let us discuss about how to form opposition, isn't it? Now, what do we need opposition for? Raila Odinga is already inside government, isn't it? Within government, Raila do his magic, isn't it? He has a team of experts. Let them do their magic side there. When you hear the ODM team of experts, Oparanya told Kenyans don't pay Hustler Fund, isn't it? You can check the clips on record. Then now he is the CS. Now he's saying pay Hustler Fund.
Yeah, he has to because now he's in charge of Hustler Fund.
Then Mbadi said education can be free very easily, isn't it? Now he has said it cannot be free easily. Now, I also tell Raila Odinga, maybe you have to tell him, if they want ODM to shine, let them give them real experts, because Mbadi is not an economist. Mbadi is an accountant. Accountants are good in doing postmortem to tell you how your patient died. So Mbadi will give you a very good record how the economy collapsed in his hands. But he cannot have the planning foresight. And we have seen everything he says has no planning for foresights. And I want to quote, because you may think I'm joking. Mbadi said the Kenya shilling is good optimum at 130 shillings to the dollar to give us what? Exports, isn't it? China is exporting more than anybody else, isn't it? How weak is the Chinese currency? UK, US. So when I'm not talking about that, I dismiss him. From what he says every day, makes me realize that my suspicion that an accountant is an accountant. This government walks like a duck, talks like a duck, quacks like a duck. It is a duck. There's no need of dialogue in the duck.
You've forgotten one thing. It has webbed feet.
Yes.
That's very good.
That's well.
I'd like
something
to
you
rebut.
wanted to say, yes.
Yes, I wanted to rebut Prof. That Prof, on the one hand, you're saying that, and I'll speak specifically about Minister Mbadi.
Yeah.
On the one hand, you're saying that he's not an expert and that he's a bad minister, an accountant.
Not a bad,
ideally that an accountant.
He called him a bean counter. Full stop.
That's what he said.
Yes.
In effect. And then you also say, on the other hand, that accountants are good for post-mortem. And they're good for telling you after.
But that's what accountants are.
Okay. But then this minister comes and tells you that this free education thing, it was like this in paper. And it has been promised for a very long time that it's supposed to be 22,000, but the government has been giving 17,000. Isn't that a contradiction in yourself? Because he's saying that after the fact. Not that I actually, I think it was rather reckless to speak about it on a roadside convention, because this is a thing which the CS would have communicated. But I think that is out of the way. In all honesty, we have to this broad-based government was not a handshake like the rest.
Gentlemen, let me ask you the question. Yeah. The honest conversation around this free education,
yes,
as an example,
yeah,
what is it really? Did we afford it as a country, or did somebody afford it for us?
Both. We both afforded it as a country, and then it was financed by...
Let me explain to you, because let me explain what happened.
Yeah.
We told Kibaki that we have 12,500,000 households in Kenya, with an average of 4 children per household going to school. And each child spends 63,000 per year on education. So on average, every family spends 250,000 shillings per household in education. So then we said, when you ask a partner like Visa Card or MasterCard to fund education, they can do. But if you tell them to give handouts to the people in the household, they will not do. So if you talk to Visa Card and MasterCard to put some money on free education, they'll do. Then once you offer that education, that becomes a stimulus to the economy. It's like if you take 250,000 times 12,500,000 is 189 trillion. It's like you have thrown that money in the economy.
You've released that money into
now,
the economy.
Somebody can buy alcohol with it. He can marry 2 wives with it. You can set up a business with it. You can be able to buy apparels with it. And the economy grows. That's why even the double-digit collection in funds grew. So that was the magic. Now, why is it that MasterCard and Visa Card cannot come to do education? Remember, the first thing, Raila Odinga dismissed Sam Ongeri, who was the Minister for Education, for corruption in education. Then he was brought back. You get me? So from there, these partners started realizing that the red tapes in Kenya, the lean and clean government they thought we are going to run has become a broad-based government. So by having a broad-based government, by before you see the president, you have to see 18 people where you're giving money and giving money and giving money, isn't it? Now,
by
how
giving,
can,
you mean bribing?
Bribing.
Okay.
How can MasterCard meet the president? Ask me. He has to meet people who will give money, isn't it? MasterCard is not interested in that. Visa Card is not interested in that. So they have gone China, whereby Chinese can come with a briefcase and meet you, isn't it? That's why I saw the president telling Trump, we don't care about NATO ally. Chinese are doing well with us, isn't it? But let me tell you, tell me any single country in Africa which has developed with the Chinese policy. No way. The Western countries, in spite of the fact that they give you conditions, isn't it? They have done some things.
Like which one? I want you to give examples.
Roads. You know, let me give you the difference between the Western and the Eastern. The Western countries, they look like they're telling you, here is a trough of water. The water is boiling. So you can cool it before you jump, isn't it? Which means meet these conditions before you jump. The Chinese tells you there's a basin.
Let him land.
Let me finish.
Let him land.
There's a basin here. The water is cooled, isn't it? So the frog jumps in, but there's fire underneath, isn't it? So either way, you are going to burn. So all these things whereby entry is easy. When you enter a cave and you find it easy to enter, you don't know the exit. So in any way, these people don't know the foreign policy. the fiscal policy that can attract investors even to invest in education.
Prof.
And that's why we said in our policy, lean, clean government, which is transparent and efficient.
What's your question, CT?
No, my question is a very simple one. He made a statement. I want him to qualify it. This Western aid that has helped Africans grow, which one?
You know, when I talk about foreign aid, I just know about Visa card and MasterCard that gave money to government. In fact, when the corruption for Samongeri took place, those partners were asking for accountability. So now, if you look at the front page of the newspaper today, isn't it? You are sitting in London, in New York. You want to come to Kenya. Are you coming? You can't. In fact, if you give me 50 newspapers from here to Timbuktu, isn't it? All of them, it shows that we are a crime scene. Money investors are going to Tanzania. Investors are going to Ethiopia. They are calling Rwanda the jewel in Africa, isn't it? Why are we? In spite of the bad leadership of Museveni, Uganda is still a part of Africa. What is Kenya? So what I'm trying to say is that this education has nothing to do with how much taxes we can collect. We need a president of goodwill. When your president goes to Germany and he speaks, then he's being rectified by saying, oh, we didn't say that, he has lied. This is a fact. He lied in Germany. The German press has to correct him, isn't it? Now, we sign a deal with NATO. Then the American says that they are going to review our NATO ally, meaning that Kenyans can sign an agreement that they cannot implement. Now, why should a Visa card sign an agreement to work with you if you cannot implement with the US? So what I'm trying to say is that we are not running this country in a way to attract people inside. Do you know, my brother, I work with the European Central Bank as an economist. I help turn around the pigs, Portugal, Italy, Greece, and Spain. I know how the people make money. Even as a bank, when I want to give money, when I was a banker with housing finance, I have to check whether you have a wife. Sometimes I tell you, do you know it's important?
Why?
Someone who beats his wife cannot easily come to the bank with a wife. And a wife beater will default in a loan. There's 88% evidence they can default. No, this is true.
No, Prof.
No, I'm just, City Muga, I'm trying to say that we must check your behavior to bank on, because let me explain, City Moga.
The reasons why someone wouldn't come to the bank with their wife can't be just around wife beating, for heaven's sake.
I agree.
It is just one of the reasons.
No, he's focusing on it as though it's the primary reason, and I'm trying to say it's
and ideally in most times the biggest idea is the one that comes easily to you.
A president killing his own citizen, that is Kenya being his wife, isn't it? Now let me make my analogy clear. Kenya is Ruto's wife at the moment. He's the husband, isn't it? You are just abducting and killing until a foreigner reminds you, stop killing your wife. You get me?
All right.
So how can such person attract investors and even partners to do business? They cannot.
Kasmuela akona tashwishwi hapa.
Yes, I have a rebuttal, and Professor Fred, this is in utmost respect. One, because you taught me, and therefore this rebuttal is a doing of your own.
Yes, I like it.
Who's brought this up for yourself? The thing that, Prof, you're not saying about free education, despite at the time there being 12.5 million homes with an average of about 4 children and each household spending about 250,000 per year, the part that you're conveniently leaving out is that you, the professionals in Kibaki's government, told him that it could not be done. Right now, the president made it as an executive order. Free education did not come as a recommendation from the professionals. The professionals with all this data, the part that
Actually, it was the other way around.
No. At the time when Kibaki comes in, there is no money. Remember, in the central bank, the professionals at the time are saying that there is no money to execute such a thing. And this we can even we can go into history. So that's why I'm saying there's conveniences, and when even speaking about foreign policy, I'm a bit worried because we are forcing a professor to speak like a politician. because when you're talking about MasterCard and Visa and Visa, these are partners who the people who are supposed to be sympathizing with are supposed to be the people who are in more like classical government, because world over we know what the reputation is. We know what the reputation of the Bretton Woods institutions, which are the World Banks, the people who we keep on saying are the bad institutions. So even as a Pan-Africanist, this feels contradictory to your mode of speech. And when you speak about, for example, the Chinese model not working and the Western model not working, in this movement that we are a part of, you know that the chant that permeates it is down with imperialism. So on the one hand, there are people who are suggesting more socialist principles over more capitalist principles. But the thing that you're also conveniently leaving out when you're saying that the Chinese principle does not work and the American principle sort of works is that China has never needed these things, is that America's debt is to China.
So only that,
you might say that
the Chinese model has worked for 1.5 billion people. So I mean, if there's a proof of concept, where else do you need a proof of concept other than that?
Yeah, so
but I think the question here we're asking, has it worked outside?
Yes, let me advance
China?
it. I'm going to advance
African
it.
country
Let me advance
has developed with the Chinese helping them.
I can advance
Nataka
it.
kusikia customer.
I can advance this thing which you're saying. Those are part of now in terms of foreign policy that we're not looking at. And you wax very lyrical about this country called Rwanda. And because I hope to if God gives me the chance and the people to participate in leadership, I cannot go too much into detail into the atrocities that are happening around countries if we are thinking foreign policy. If Rwanda is a significantly small country in terms of comparison, in terms of size and population, if Rwanda is working so beautifully, Prof, this Ngong Road that you speak of, who are the people who are selling njugu on our streets? Because for you, coming in as an expert from a foreign country, the Rwanda's economy is working for you. If it's working so well, why are the people who are selling njugu on our roads, why are they Rwandese? In your agitation, and as I will be coming into governance, we keep on saying that foreigners are now being given IDs. What populations do we complain of? We say that there's very many Burundians who are doing the hair care business, and very many Rwandese. But when we come to these media stations, we speak of these countries as if they're the most glorious places. Now, landing into this point where we say that the Oriental model versus the Western model. Every person we have termed a hero in Africa, when we're talking about Lumumba, when we speak about Kwame Nkrumah, when we speak about Akina Tata Madiba, when we speak about the early days of Akina Mugabe and Akina Nyerere, the people, when we think about all these people, the model that they proposed to the people are a more people-centric model, which is the one you two are proposing, where we would rather have clean drinking water for all than champagne for a few. In the sense that we want more good to go inside towards the public. That same model, while it might not be happening ideally, is the Oriental model. That's why heroes like Jaramogi were being hated at their time and being told that they are pushing socialist ideas. But we are mostly the people who have been hailed the most, the people who we think are even if you do research, the things that crop up is we want an end to corruption. We want education to be made free. We want healthcare to be very, very affordable. We want employment, and we want food. Those are the things that happen that are concerns that are brought up in developing countries, nations.
Yeah.
Those things, when you hear those concerns, and they also happen in America because I just came back from there, those are realized more. The economies that take a more left-leaning approach are the ones that think of these public goods as things that should be mandated and done by government. So that's why I would have some pushback, in the sense that now I even see the contradictions in Prof showing up, in the sense that there is the economist and then there is the man of the people who are consistently at war. If I can understand this about you, Prof, you also have to understand this about these people, because even that Kibaki government that we speak of, we are speaking about it reminiscing, but we forget the atrocities against human rights. Why are we pushing and saying that because economy was doing double digits then? We are not comparing any other aspect.
But
we are not
even
comparing
then, Kasmuel, this economy that was doing double digits against the background of the Moi government. And the ecosystem in which the Moi government existed isn't discussed. The Cold War was still on. what Moi was dealing with is not what Kibaki was dealing with.
Right.
One could argue that the problems the Moi government had set the platform for somebody who was willing to do things like Kibaki to thrive.
And that's what I'm saying.
To judge, if you're talking about Kenyan government, judge the Uhuru government.
Yes.
Because the Uhuru government got a government that had been organized and was working. What did he do with it?
Because now we will get in there, and if we are to talk,
what did he do?
If we are to talk about that Uhuru government, 6.2 trillion in terms of a debt burden is what was stolen in that.
This is what was inherited.
Yes, inherited by Ruto's government, and I don't. You know my position. I do not like to advocate and even be pragmatic about these governments.
Let's do about this.
Yes.
If you get a patient in the ICU, your work is to take them to HDU. Your work is not to take them to the mortuary. So I don't want people discussing about who was there before. The issues now.
No, it's okay.
Listen, City Muga. The issues now we have are inherited. You cannot say, forget about Kenya, let's open a new page. That is not
but that's exactly what City is saying.
I'm saying we know the historical issues which were there.
Yes.
Isn't it? The historical issues which are there, even you cannot get rid of them. In fact, even now, Kenyatta should have blamed colonials.
No,
and let's say, for example, let's take this out of politics.
By Kenyatta, you mean Jomo Kenyatta?
Yes.
Even Uhuru.
Let's talk about this way. You come to Radio Generation and you become the CEO. If you want to succeed, the first thing, spend 1 year blaming your predecessor. You'll be very successful. Explain his character, how he woke up, whom he talked to. Then the next year, blame the economy, isn't it? Then the third year, blame the employees for not supporting you, isn't it? Then ask for the second contract, because I'm sure CEOs always 3 years contract, isn't it? You'll be very successful, man, isn't it? But now, how comes the Kenya Kwanza government that promised ukombozi inakuja, sivyo? Jesus did not blame the Jews for what they did to the people. Jesus just came and proclaimed his gospel. I can tell you the character of blame game you can do. Lee Kuan Yew had all reasons to explain why Singapore was not working, isn't it? But he has also enough reasons to explain what is working. We are now discussing obvious things. Obvious things. Stop abducting people. How much money do you need to stop abducting people? So we are saying stop killing people. How much money do you need? And I can give you that budget if you need that money to stop killing people. I can give you that money today, isn't it? We are telling people stop tribalizing the country. Like now he's saying that in spite of all these fights, Rigathi Gachagua is taking more credit because he's fighting for the Kikuyus, isn't it? The problem we have is not a Kikuyu problem. When education cannot be there, it is touching everyone. The other day they said it is Kikuyus. Then Duale came and said it's the Catholic Church, isn't it? I have to remind Duale that the Catholic Church runs 32% of healthcare in Kenya, isn't it? So if you don't pay NHIF or Shashu, you are touching them. They run 36% of the schools in the country. When you don't do that, you are touching them. Bishops have told William Ruto, stop lying. And when they meant by stop lying, they didn't tell the president is lying, just general lying. He meant, he promised, we'll pay you this money, and he has not paid. And we told them, we don't want your money in churches because you owe us. I'm a DVC in Uzima University. He owes us 1.8 billion shillings for preparing nurses to go to Germany, isn't it? MKU is owed 3.2 billion shillings. I can count for you all of them. Even all vice chancellors went to Mombasa and issued a statement. What we are asking for, simple, pay your bills, isn't it? And these bills are normally passed in budget.
These are vice chancellors from
all public and private. All universities are owed so much money they cannot even operate. We're not even discussing about money or research. We're discussing that even their books can't work. We are supposed to build a level 6 hospital in Uzima. We are looking for 1.2 billion shillings. Then we have gotten a financier to give us 8.5 billion shillings. But they need that we have to put our 1.2 billion shillings first, because I've got an investor from Norway to do that. But now the VC is telling me, Professor, I know you have in this investor. How can we borrow money from another bank to put on the ground, yet we are owed money because the council told me we cannot allow you to take another loan from elsewhere? And this dilemma is everybody. What does that got to do with Uhuru? The 1.8 8 billion shillings.
It has everything to do with Uhuru, Prof.
Yes.
Anyway, you can blame Uhuru. Then, if you can't fix it, get out. That's what I'm saying. If you can't fix it, get out. We get a transition government to fix it. Because what's happening, my brother? I've given him a formula of what I've said can fix the economy. Evolve. Kenya needs to evolve. And I have a formula for it for economics to work. Then I'm asking him, does ODM have one?
Yes.
He says
no, I'm about to give you a
there's his callers in here.
Then we go to Kasmuel.
Prof, I have always loved your perspective on issues. You bring fresh ideas, interesting perspectives. What's coloring them now is that you are a declared candidate.
Yes.
So you sound like you're campaigning for yourself. It waters down the perspective that you offer with such clarity. It is true what you say, and that is what we ought to look at. But in discussing issues of a nation, you must give it perspective. You must give it context. Uhuru is being brought in as context. Kibaki cannot be discussed without the context of Moi. You can't discuss the context Moi without the context of Kenyatta 1. All we're saying is, you know, here we're in a talk show.
Yeah.
And not everybody knows what we're discussing here. So when we do this, it is so that our listeners can actually get a perspective of what it is we're talking about. And we also want to deconstruct it so that it is not a complex issue. It is understood. So when those who are given to apportioning blame can apportion blame correctly and say, so this is what we're dealing with. If our political leaders had the courage to tell their citizens the truth, we promise this, it's not working, folks. We try to do this, it's not working. This government doesn't do that. The government spokesman in this case, who happens to be the president himself, heaps promise upon promise. I don't know how it is that they can't see that simply halting and saying this is what we promise, and folks, it's not working the way we thought it would work. It would change the conversation so much. There'll be a lot of noise, a heck of a lot. But the beauty of the truth is that you don't have to look for an alternative. Once you've said it, it stays. The problem with the promise, it comes with tentacles, and it invites other organisms to join it, and before you know it, it becomes a monster, because now you're not even sure what can be done and what can't, and yet you could have halted all that.
But before he goes, let me just say something which is very short. The late Pope John Paul II wrote an encyclical called Veritatis Splendor. Veritatis Splendor in Latin means the beauty of the truth. And the beauty of the truth is that from the truth, then we start knowing where we are going. And I'm trying to say, there are some things that the Kenya Kwanza government can do without going back to history. Tell me what they are and tell me whether they are doing them.
All right, thank you. So, Kasmuel, kindly.
Prof, I'll hinge upon this segment upon an analogy that you made, that if you find a patient in ICU and you're a doctor, what you need to do is take them to HDU and then eventually to the ward and hopefully back to their homes. But you cannot take them from ICU to HDU without knowing their medical history. That is why, and we do not have, it is not too deep. We don't have very many presidents to look into and say this is where we got it wrong. It's just 4. And we can look and say this is where Kenyatta went wrong, and that's what contributed to the creation of a Moi. This is what Moi did wrong that led to the creation of Kibaki. And Kibaki possibly thrived in his first term because the people were at the point where he's not rice bora rice. Yeah, that's why he gets away. He does not. It's not because he was so exceptional as a leader.
He had enormous goodwill, which he squandered.
Yes, and remember, this Kibaki president that we're speaking about, right now we would never consider him as a leader. I'm saying this because this is a person who had been in politics for 40 years. I need you to think about everybody you know right now who's been in power for 40 years and what you think of them. So if at that time you were my age, you would not have considered Kibaki a great leader. Now moving forward, then we get into Uhuru's government, where a president stands and says, 2 billion napotea kila siku, sasa mnataka nifanye nini? And he is excused because he has aura. Yes, because he knew how to deal with the people. That's the thing. That's the person. And you're telling me, let's not look at that one. And I hear right now people in the movement who are calling themselves revolutionary, they start their chants by saying, hello cousins. You look Rigathi Gachagua, and I'm so sorry to speak about individuals. I had said I will hold back, but now we have to now dissect this problem, and so that it is known where I am apportioning blame. The person who was killing us last year, Prof.
Yeah.
He was ordering, and he stands right now and he says, he goes to the US and says the president is meeting with is heading up parallel governments and he's meeting with Al-Shabaab. You refuse, you want to conveniently forget that he is the one who received RSF. It is not the president who met RSF. It is he who welcomed them on a red carpet from the plane and took them, and now he wants to say it is the president. This very same person who went to the streets, he used to go to the office at 4 a.m. and ensured that this was televised to say that tunataka kufanya hii watu ya kuvaa masufuria kwa kichwa waache hiyo upuzi yao, because all they do is tear down and not build. That was when Akina Raila were doing the Njaa revolution, which we are doing, saying that when you're saying that these people are dead anyway, you know, the people who are going to the streets, if I am to make a case for the streets, they're going to the streets because they have nothing to lose but their miserable lives. So right now it's even worse, because a child who is not like Prof or me can be shot in the home. But now what I am saying is, you want to tell me that because the most revolutionary thing that Rigathi Gachagua has done, for example, is that he got impeached from office. But I see people from your movement, still, the movement that we led together, because now we have to put it in the open, we planned a lot of this work we did together. Right now, Prof, you're sitting with me and in a conversation where I'm saying, let us go for a dialogue. On the one hand, I see one of the presidential candidates you're fronting, Maraga. Because now that's a moment, Prof. No, let me land. I'm discussing you because the reason I'll tell you why I'm bringing him up is you're also a presidential candidate, a presidential hopeful, and I hope that you make it to the ballot, that there are no systemic challenges that will buy you from the ballot. Now I'm discussing you not as my friend Professor Ogola, I'm discussing you as a presidential candidate. Part of the people you're working with are Maraga and Omtata. No, like the people in the movement, and we know these faces. They are working now. They've divided themselves along the lines of Omtata and Maraga, and a few of you, are in your court. Maraga presides over. He has explicitly stated that he rejects this proposition for a dialogue. And he says that he thinks it is political chicanery between ODM and the government of the day. And then he goes ahead and says, but I'm seeking out friends of across sectors of like mind so that we can chart a way forward. When I ask him today to the people, because I have to apportion blame so that it is understood, he presided over a very corrupt judiciary. The thing that he is remembered for is for the landmark ruling of annulling an election. Yes, in 2017. Then all Maraga did as the president of the Apex Court, one of the most corrupt times when we had this thing, and the lawyers they'll bash me for this, but we know it was a very corrupt judiciary at the time. The best he could do is write an advisory to the president. When does he write an advisory to the president that the parliament that is sitting is unconstitutional? In 2021. That September 2021 is when Maraga has this revolutionary idea that, you know what, the parliament is not constituted constitutionally because it does not obey the 2/3 gender rule. Then he writes an advisory and leaves it at that. He did not have the cojones to resign from the government that he is now telling people to resign from. Let's talk about Senator Omtata, who is presenting himself, and we organized in the senator's office. You know this. Now when I am not at odds with the work that he does. Yes, I am not at odds with the work he is doing. I just now have to invite people so that I make my final point of why we need to do the dialogue. The audits he is focused on. He thinks of himself as Okia Omtata, the author who I fell in love with, and he brought me into reading. He developed my eloquence. I have to give that to Senator Omtata. I thought he had a very cool name. But the audits he is doing, would you tell me that he is putting as much pressure on Busia? He is doing the same amount of justice to the people of Busia as he is purporting to do for the country. Because everybody someone makes a poster of you today, then you forget all your responsibilities. Now you want to be president. All you're doing is you're moving around. Everybody is setting up exploratory committees. You have letterheads with 2027. And the people who are campaigning for you are saying that they want a revolution now. But the people who are at the top are saying, no, let us tujihami na vitambulisho, tujihami na kura, kwa sababu hii serikali ni mbaya sana, lazima iende nyumbani. Those are the same people who are stalling the revolution while waiting for you to make the noise, and then they can come and do the crowning moment. I am saying that let them stop being cowards. When it is the time for men, that's the reason why when I come here, I say that I'm also in an elective period. I would have gone to ODM and done a coup. I would have said that even right now, the youth leader, the person who's heading the youth league, is unconstitutional. He's not a youth. But I would have said now, we as Gen Zs, we want to occupy this office.
Are you actually saying that he's not?
I am. It is not. It is in public domain that the current youth leader is not a young person constitutionally.
Okay.
But instead of occupying that office,
Yeah.
what I have done is, because the party has seen this and the party is going into an election period, I have said, I will subject myself to elections just like everybody else. But we cannot have your cake and eat it, Prof, where you want to advocate for a revolution now, and then the people who are the face of that movement currently are saying, take Kura for 2027 and chant one term, and then the very same people are telling me that now, no, the person who will fix this is Matiang'i. The person who will fix this, I'm finishing, just 30 seconds.
Yeah,
The person who will fix this is Matiang'i. The person, where Maraga goes to a congregation in his home, and he is heckled and he is told, wacha hii upuzi, unaharibia Matiang'i kura. Then I look at this and say, these people are just doing this for popularity. Once people get this idea to vie for president, they abdicate everything else. They forget all the work that they're supposed to be doing. I am saying that this dialogue is important because it will allow more Professor Fred Ogolas to emerge. It will allow more Casmuels, because there are young people who might not make it to radio generation, to be seen at that national stage. And the people must be trusted to be their own liberators. That if you tell me Rigathi Gachagua now is a revolutionary, I am being told that, right now you cannot touch him online, even you. When you're talking, of course, you are no respecter of persons. I'm not saying you, I'm saying you figuratively. But right now, to the Kenyan people, anyone who seemed to be opposing Rigathi Gachagua is being told that you are a government agent. Anyone who seems to be opposing Matiang'i, you are a government agent. Anyone who says, but Maraga, you are saying this and this is what you did at the time, and it is the young people who are saying we're done with these old people. And then I ask myself, okay, how old is Maraga? He's 74. Then I think at some point we just have to sit down as a nation. Part of why I'm asking for this dialogue, the points that Professor Ogola has spoken about, I even would have thought that he is an Azimio candidate, because he speaks about manufacturing. That was agenda number 2 for under Azimio la Jitihada. He speaks about the agricultural sector, Azimio la Ukulima. Speaks about us increasing our input in manufacturing, Azimio la Viwanda. Recognizing that regardless of any administration that is in power, it is the people's will that is sovereign. Inawezekana Azimio la Wananchi. Then social protection and transformation is under Babake. Like all these things that we are saying, Kenya is at a point where nobody will offer revolutionary promises. Then there's no promise that you will bring.
You said 30 seconds.
Yes, sorry. There's no promise. I am a politician. There's no promise that you will bring that is new. What we need is to foster as much goodwill to the point where when I listen to Professor Fred, I cannot just cherry pick when I choose you to be professor. I must trust that you're a professor at any given time.
All right, I'd like to hear what the professor has to say.
So first of all, let me remind Casmuel, and I'll give you video evidence that I'm the one who wrote Azimio manifesto, the regional manifesto of 11 regions. We launched with Oparanya at Sarova Pan-Afric. So
I remember, Prof. I remember.
Let's put that on record. So if you say they are similar to what I'm trying to say, they are not similar because there's no clear model. But nevertheless, I wrote that regional manifesto.
You believed in it?
I believed in it. Good. But the only thing is that the implementation of it is what I'm wondering, why they have not transferred that ideology and carried the ideology with them into the broad-based government. They have actually forgotten what they were promised, because ODM is a social democracy.
It's a social democracy, yes.
And they should be practicing. But when they go to this thing, now they go to Kenya Kwanza, which is bottom-up and the rest. So put that aside, let me tell you what, Casmuel, as a leader, and if you want to be a leader, don't be dismissing other people. Let's discuss who is in State House now, because you can discuss about the excess of Kenya, and it can only be bad. I'm sure if you marry a woman, start reminding her how bad the excess were, isn't it? This woman will not be happy. Which woman wants to discuss the ex with you over date? Go with your girlfriend today over date and tell her that I know you are ex. You might actually break up. So let's focus on the current person. I know very well that the issues that were brought there are issues now. That's why in strategy we talk about the issue of previous regime. We review. Then we look at the context now. Then we go forward. So let's not remain too much in the past that we can't go. one of the wisdom I got from Spain is that let your tears stop you from seeing sunrise. There's a sunrise, and this sunrise is very clear. Some of the people are mentioning for me, they are in the sunset, isn't it? Raila Odinga is a sun that has shone from the onset and has made people to have plans. It has been dried maize and beans for us, isn't it? But those are now in sunset days. I am not told you about Maraga. We've never met with Maraga in person. I used to meet Maraga when I was setting up the law school in Strathmore. I used to invite him for talks, but that I was completely a professor. I was never in this space. So I am not telling you I'm with Okiya Omtata on anything. I've told you the Kenyan problem is economic. Okiya Omtata cannot provide that economic thinking at the moment because I haven't seen it coming out. Maraga was asking the live television, what's the economic ideology? He told us the team is working on it. And the team is working on what he has not given them anything to work on. So at the same time, allow people to emerge. If I believe I'm the best, then there's a problem. The problem I have in Kenya, we have somebody in State House who is clever more than anybody else, isn't it? Who believes he's the brightest. He has even said he's better than the 4 presidents put together, isn't it? Let me tell you what. I used to be in St. Mary's Yana. There's a guy who went to his parents with a report card where they said maths 90%, very poor, because he was cooking the grades, isn't it? So English, terrible. How can you be like that? Can you accept a report form done by your son? No, it should be done by the teacher. Let Kenyans give Ruto his scorecard. And the scorecard is out. 80% of people are not happy. 8% want this marriage to end today. You understand? And that's why for me, I'm not talking about dialogue, because dialogue is a delaying tactic of buying time. We have 24 months, which are critical, and if we don't amend it now, it does not work. And my last point why I want the transition government.
10 seconds.
If we go to election with this kind of arguing whereby 1 term, half term, I cannot go, I'm going nowhere, what, we are going to have bloodshed. And bloodshed can be seen before. That's I'm telling you, these ODM people must be post-mortem people. Predictive analysis can tell you, if I continue moving at this speed, I'm going to have an accident.
Thank you.
And then you avoid the accident by doing something. We need an intervention now, not tomorrow, not in 2027.
Thank you so much, Professor. You have 10 seconds. I'll allow you so that we can end the show, but tumepita na dakika moja tayari.
Thank you very much for this conversation. And Prof, I think when you speak about the Azimio agenda that you wrote, the part that you're leaving out is that you hoped to deliver it if you would administer state. So I don't understand why you understand that it would have been possible for you to get the Azimio under the presidency, and you now know that Raila is not president. And the reason why I've not even spent as much time is I will not spend time. We already know that there's a problem in President Ruto's government. That's why we're even speaking
and
about...
And you have joined it?
I am joined Raila's party, because I believe it is the party that has been
when
most
you put
consistent.
ice cream together plus a poo-poo,
yes,
even if the poo-poo is small,
yes,
you cannot eat that.
It's okay, and I feel like that analogy might work, but
yes,
it is a sensational one.
All right.
If you're thinking about it, when you're telling me about consistency, if I look at all the people who've been in the political field who have specifically stood with the people, it is the ODM. And we are saying that when we are merging all these kinds of things, and we should allow people to emerge, even the people who emerge, they should not emerge from past torturous and corrupt regimes.
All right.
So I could go on, but I understand the show is over.
Gentlemen, we shall invite you here again. And please, when we do, kuja mapema.
Yes.
Sawa sawa. Big shout out to Atticus now, Walter Ogelo. There is also Festi Rowells, and last but not least, that's it. Yeah. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And, we've had a very fruitful debate.
Thank you, Bobby.
I hope we shall continue this at a different time.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so
the dialogue process must continue.
Okay, sawa
That's
sawa.
what you were saying.
Ushasema. What we shall do right now is allow Winnie Maganga do her thing. As for CT Muga and myself, we shall be seeing you tomorrow by Nani at 6 a.m. All right.
All the time, let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam.